Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. It's February 16th, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Gork, and along with each and every one of the participants. We consider everyone as a co-host or a host or a member of the UC or a support member of the Universal Council. We know we're all knowledge seekers, and it's beautiful that you've joined us today. And that's one of the other interesting parts of this technology. Not only are we connected at the soul level, but we're connected in each language community to the language of this technology and the understanding of it as we go deeper and deeper in it. So this will be, in a way, a common currency among all cultures once the knowledge becomes fully dispersed across this planet. Let me make sure everyone is seeing the background. Is there anyone who's having trouble seeing the background? Okay, we'll continue on. We're going to be covering again the 577th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Mr. Keshe is the coach, and we're sort of the student players in a way. And he's calling most of the shots in the way the technology is going to get disseminated across the planet. The plan is in place, and we're just sort of supporting members, but I think we're all going to have a greater role and responsibility in sharing this knowledge in the future. As he said in the last workshop, he's looking for new members of the Universal Council. And if you're saying, well, listen, I applied 4 months ago and I haven't heard anything from the Keshe Foundation, well, that is normal. I had the same worries when I applied just to be a member of the Keshe Foundation. It took many, many months, I'm sure, apparently there's some sort of vetting process, and then there's another vetting process when you join the Universal Council, I guess as a supporter or as a Universal Council member. So just set it aside until you hear back one way or another. And I guess if you don't hear, that means perhaps you weren't accepted. But I'd give that process anywhere from 8 to 10 months, perhaps. But he seems to be indicating that more and more people will become Universal Council members. As he said, we're receiving all of the correspondence. Did somebody want to say something? Let me just see here. Okay. But before we go any further into the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, we will again just reconfirm our ethos, which is, again, we are here to serve and not to be served, but also to become peaceful entities on this planet and across the universe. And one of the methods or tools or agreements is to sign a piece of paper with a pen or with your soul. So we normally start out reading the World Peace Treaty. We're trying to create a dome of peace. If it's your wish to see peace, this whole process is quite natural. But again, if it's your wish not to see peace, this is going to seem a little bit not in your field strength. Hello, Kitty. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? No, you don't speak English. Okay. I'll read it. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate. Are you swearing with your nation? In agreement with your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, a body, and a soul. Simply put your name and signature, again on behalf of the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. So it's all inclusive. You can actually commit others to world peace just by you agreeing at the soul level, because in the end result, it will all become peaceful, we'll all become elevated, and we'll all be serving one another, even to the point where we'll run out of people to serve. I think Mr. Keshe indicated that at one point. We'll start to get a little bored. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So even though it's a piece of paper with some words on it, I believe it carries a field strength. And when you leave a trace of your soul by touching it with your amino acids, it's also leaving a field strength there. So if you do have it on display, I think it will make some sort of interaction with people that may just view it. And of course, consider it's an impossibility, but that's just another one of the crucifixions that we hear. Not everyone. There's many people who have told me they wish for peace every day or they pray for peace. So this is not as uncommon, but it'll be quite common among world leaders, world religious leaders, and the rest of the citizens on this planet. Anyone want to make a comment? I was trying to I received a synopsis of the, what was in the 577, and I did want to read it. Let's see if we can copy selected text. I think it's just too many words to put in the chat. We can sort of all follow it together. Let's see if that works. Can we do that? No, for some reason it might be too long or something. I don't know why. But I did put it in the American Telegram. So if you have the American Telegram, you can follow along. This is a synopsis, I think, by Andreas, but I'm not sure. This could be Mario's synopsis as well, but there's many words here, and we're just going to sort of go through it and read it if we can, just to sort of highlight what was in there. And these are only the points they're covering. There's many, many more points, I believe. Is everyone able to get into the American Telegram and see what I'm going to read, or is anyone able to do that?
I'm working on it. It'll take me a little while.
Let me forward. I know the Canadians have overtaken this meeting by far and wide. So let me put it in the Canadian also Telegram. And we could put it in the student one as well, but I shouldn't be doing that probably right now. Okay, well, we had the intro was a video from the previous workshop about how much time and has been invested in this development of the Keshe. Maybe I should have the workshop brought up at this point so we can just sort of see what we're talking about here. Everyone able to see the 577? How much time has been invested over the years? Remember, we're sort of latecomers to this technology, even though we've been using it. Mr. Keshe has been working with it probably over 50 years. He's the developer and creator of this now. So they've invested a huge amount of time. I think that was the word they used, huge amount of time in the development of the technology. And of course, where can we access the technology is in the Keshe Foundation store. I mean, if you want the authentic merchandise, let's say, and not something someone else has made, or, you know, it's what he always says, and he told us this in Sanya, you knowledge seekers are that half a doctor. So would you go to a half a doctor? We all could be going to one now. We just don't consider them a half a doctor. So that was about the intro. They've invested a lot of time and resources. And then, of course, the teaching part was the world of creation is like a cooking studio. And as he said, you give 10 chefs the same ingredients and they create all different sorts of things. Is somebody trying to speak?
Yes, if you wanted me to read, I will read.
Oh, beautiful. And if someone comes to a point, this is just what I was thinking. If someone comes to a point where they would like to add a bit of their understanding or what triggers them, can you accommodate that, Herb? Or if
Sure.
you'd like to add something in there,
Sure.
would that be okay?
Get more comfortable here.
Yeah, get yourself in a comfortable position.
Okay.
I'm sure you're used to it as you've had a number of episodes in the actual Ubiso's unit, as I understand it. So you're used to getting comfortable and adjusting because those sessions can be quite long, as well as in the transmutation session. So thank you for all your support for the Keshe Foundation, keeping it free for humanity.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm wonderful. It's a wonderful thing to be part of. Am I loud enough?
I think so. Everyone else hearing Erm? I would have put it in German for you, but I didn't have that text, Erm. I know you're multilingual.
But then you wouldn't understand anything. Or do we have many Germans here? They might probably heard it.
There might be some people, many people can speak more than one language.
Mm-hmm. So the teaching part, this is at minute 12:49.
Yeah, we were talking about the cooking, and you know, they used to have the Iron Chef on TV or something, you know, where people, I guess they made individual meals. Here, Mr. Keshe is saying how we give the same dough to all the different cooks, and they make many different recipes. Are you a cook or?
I was. Now my husband does all the cooking. I'm fortunate.
I know Mr. Keshe said he's an expert chef in like 12 cultures.
Wow.
So this is just amazing. Of course, traveling the planet for the amount of time he's traveled this planet, I would think, and probably in different regions, he's become a master chef in many, 10 or 12 different cuisines.
Okay, you ready?
Ready or not? Yes.
The teaching part. The world of creation is like a cooking studio. Same ingredients, different creations. We have the creator and different conditions create different products. But in essence, everything is the same. Neutron is the foundational plasma. Russia, is that Russia? Supposed to be Russia?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, so same ingredients. And I remember Mr. Keshe saying the creator shows himself in trillions of faces across the universe.
Yeah,
So could it all be from the same dough, from the same creator?
I guess so. I don't know what this Russia thing is here. A system for producing gold using pressure.
Oh, yes. I think what he said there, was that he was talking about the neutron and the transmutation, and apparently one of the Russian politicians needed money to run a political campaign, and somehow he must have known people in the scientific world where they mixed materials together, applied certain pressures and maybe some other things that I'm not aware of, and came out with a product that produced 16% gold.
Oh,
And that money, I guess they must have sold it and used it for the political campaign of that particular individual. I think that's what he was referring to. Anyone else want to say? So again, transmuting of a neutron can happen, or part of it can happen through pressure. I think we're seeing this with the diamonds as well. Yes? Did I hear somebody open a mic? Okay. Floor is yours.
okay. The secret, the next part is about the secret of transmutation, transportation. Do we need to add anything to that? Because this looks like it's just points. It's not a transcription or anything.
Right. And he did say, I think in the announcements, which we're going to play next, where he said they'd be taking that vertical unit and shrinking it in the same manner as
Ubesu.
right. Right. So it wouldn't be a big, tall closet-like thing where you'd get into, as he explained before. And I think he said we need to make it easier for the knowledge seekers to transmute. As he said in the last workshop, we aren't able to gather enough energy to surpass the matter state. Now, maybe some people can do that. I'm not aware of anyone who said they could. So I think he said you could start practicing at home. These systems would be released maybe the end of the year, and you could start transmuting from room to room. Does this sound possible, or maybe we'll take baby steps?
Right. And the next one is hydrogen is a neutron. That's a whole big subject.
As big as the universe, huh?
Right. Any comments or people's understanding?
Anyone following the neutron understanding that wants to share with us? Again, nobody's wrong and no one's 100% right. You're not going to be graded on any of this. This is just our understanding at this date, time, and position. If anyone would like to share it. I never thought I'd be talking about a neutron at my later years. Did you,
No.
Did that ever come into your thinking?
Mr. Keshe has given us a simple question. He asked if the surface of the sun, if there is any difference of the temperature on the surface of the sun and on the surface of a neutron.
Yeah, and he said there was none.
Exactly, yes.
And our body is splitting neutrons consistently, regularly, every second of every minute of every day. So how come we're not as hot as the sun?
Don't know.
It is a mystery. I mean, it really is. Thank you, Joseph, for adding that.
Then apparently there was a whiteboard to support the explanation.
Oh, the drawing? Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says here in minute 28, science does not distinguish between the atom and the plasma of an atom. And I think that's a big one. That's where all the misunderstandings come in.
Could you read that again, please? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. I was looking at the screen, trying to find the drawing you were referring to.
Yeah, science does not distinguish between the atom and the plasma of an atom. They think it's the same, or they don't know what the characteristics that they're so different between a matter state atom and a plasma state atom.
Yeah, he was always talking about we work with the fields between the electron and the proton.
Mm-hmm.
We don't actually work with the matter state of it, even though they can, obviously. But he said
Mm-hmm.
we always work with the fields between them. I mean, I've never considered many of these things in my life.
Yeah, and one of the things that I refer back to is one of the early little videos we had about the nano coating, where the little copper atoms start popping out, and then the electricity or something is flowing between them, and then after a while there's these little things appearing between the atoms, in the spaces between the atoms, which are the fields.
Mm-hmm.
And that was really a very, very good explanation for me of how to think about it.
Could I ask, you're talking about nano coating, and I'm trying to nano coat a piece of magnesium. I had it in the plastic bag for cold caustic. It didn't seem to change. I know Mr. Keshe said when you hit it with the caustic, it's instantly or pretty rapidly nano coated. He was talking about some copper wires. I looked up the melting point of magnesium, 1250 degrees Fahrenheit. I know you have to reach about 600 to allow those atoms to start popping like popcorn, as what was just talking about, raising above the surface and creating those layers. Anyone have any experience with magnesium? He's mentioned it a lot. I think he's even mentioned it in this workshop. Nano coating a piece, and it's not a thick piece. But if the melting is 1250, I don't think we get that close in our hot caustic process to create the nano coating. Anyone want to comment, please?
It's not the heat in our nano coating process, it's the field strength.
I remember him saying you have to reach a certain temperature. That's why using the potassium hydroxide actually increases that temperature. You're saying it's a field strength.
Yes, because the reactional temperature is down in the liquid, directly where the potassium and the sodium hydroxide is reacting with the water. But the pieces are above, and this temperature is not reaching the copper pieces, for example.
Okay. Yeah, I have a distinct memory of him saying you've got to reach in the 600-degree area to affect that. Of course, they did some with the dentist ovens too, kilns. I think that's a different way of nano coating. Okay, thank you. We'll find out and we'll play with it.
And I think maybe the temperature again is in the matter state, and whatever else is going to be in the help me.
No, I was just thinking, I didn't want to put it in there and pull out a piece of Swiss cheese, if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. I've had stuff fall apart on me
Yes,
too.
yes. And I know with the zinc, I put it in the plastic bag and it nano-coated rather nicely with a mild caustic over a number of days.
Did you put the caustic inside or did you have it outside?
No, inside the bag. Yeah, I made the liquid first and just put it in, and or put the zinc in and added the liquid caustic to it and let it sit.
Because I wonder if it would work also with the caustic on the outside.
I don't think so.
Because
But
if we're doing
anything
this
is
here,
possible. We're all willing to try whatever experiments, and this is part of our lacking of understanding of this knowledge. He says it's the lack of knowledge and the lack of lab work. He's always indicated that, the knowledge seekers.
yeah.
Mark,
Okay.
were you doing that with aluminum foil or a thicker piece of zinc?
What's that?
Were
No,
you
the
doing that
zinc
with-
was very thin, actually. I got a roll of it on Amazon, and I was just making things for mobiles. I was cutting out like peace doves, and I showed that before. It was a very nice mobile. It lasted maybe a year, and it was so light with some nylon string that, and I used some wooden sticks across it, like skewering sticks, that when I turned the heat on in the room, the thing would start to rotate on its own, bobbing up and down and interacting. But I wanted it to interact on its own, but it never did. Sorry, we got off track, but none of it is really off track. Go ahead. Was there more to that, Randy? What did you want to know?
Because I've done the different experiment with the rolls of foil like that, but I couldn't get, they were out the place I get it for. So I went and bought some zinc bullion, which is about 1 ounce. It's really thick. So
Could you come a little closer? You bought zinc what?
Bullion.
I run out of the zinc foil. So I went and bought some zinc bullion. You know, and it's way thick. It's probably a 1/4 inch thick. So I'm going to play with it this week and see if it just try to do a little bit on using the torch, and then I'm going to take another piece and try it with the caustic and see what works the best. But I know some of the foil you have to watch out from Amazon. The rolls are okay, but the individual sheets are not zinc because I melt them down and they're not zinc.
Yep.
There's too much.
No, this was
crap in
supposed
them.
to be the 99.99 magnesium plate.
Yeah.
It came from China. I know the zinc I bought didn't come from Amazon. It came from Roto Metals, ROTO,
Yeah.
which is a big, pretty reputable supplier. But again, we never know. As Mr. Keshe said, they could switch the babies in the hospital, or when you're buying organic produce, is it organic or did they just put the bag on it?
Exactly.
Okay, Erm?
The next point is about the Keshe Foundation will be crucified. I mean, every one of us has experienced some degree of that probably, but it'll only get worse.
I think we were just hearing that this morning, weren't we, Erm, in another meeting?
No, that wasn't about the Keshe Foundation, what I told you.
No, not what you said about someone else hoarding glass jars. And I said, I've been kind of hoarding a few glass jars myself.
Yeah, me too. But I think that about the technology, not so much about hoarding, we crucified that too, but really about introducing these new concepts because people don't understand anything beyond the matter level.
Right. What happened to the last guy that he tried to say to the church that the sun does not go around the earth? What happened to him? I think this is what he was talking about.
Yeah, right.
So what he's just comparing about introducing a new technology is sometimes, and especially the religious and the scientific community. I think he said this will be our biggest struggle in the upcoming maybe period.
Yeah, well, we even have that with just a vaccination. We have people crucifying others. And this is much, much, much more difficult to understand. Maybe not. Maybe it's very easy.
I think it is. In the future, they'll be wondering why it took us so long to understand this. I know he talked about listening to some of the student meetings that we have, and he said they'd be laughing of
Yeah.
our understanding of it. As he said, we gave you the MagRav, but it was to show you the interaction of the fields. But we didn't really pick up on it. Somehow we tried to plug it into the wall.
Yeah.
Please
No,
continue. You're doing a marvelous job.
well, I'm
Thank you.
just reading the next line, fundamental elements and structure of man. I need some comments on that.
Anyone? If not, we'll just move along. It's all there. Remember, it's our obligation to investigate and understand for ourselves.
Yes, and this is the greatest gift to humanity. You have to say that this is the greatest gift to humanity.
No,
Probably.
I think he was actually referring to President Trump at that time.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yes. And then he went on to sort of put a caveat on it, saying that it's not President Trump, it's the conditions he's creating that's
Like
going
the
to allow
Yeah,
this
like
technology.
never, it's never about Trump. He just scamming a lot of people, but it's just the opportunity. Because of his ways, we have the opportunity to get this out. So he works, in the end.
so
But that's
Trump is contributing to a plasma field that is conducive to Keshe technology to come out.
yeah, his
Yeah.
ways, with his childish and all thuggish ways, is helping out to bring it out.
Yeah,
Right.
remember the souls are working together somehow in the background. We think it's the physicality that's orchestrating everything. He kept telling us no. The physicality is just a tool to be used by the souls. Of course, we do have our independence, and we know the physicality and the rest of this is a problem. But okay, anyone else? Thank you, Ike.
Yeah, I want to interject something here.
Please. We need
Um,
more. We're creating plasmas just by these interactions. This is the beauty of this.
Yeah, I would like everybody to invite everybody to elevate the souls of all the people that are being deported here and all the agony and anguish they go through. I just saw something here how they were raiding a residential building that had a lot of Mexicans or others in it, and children too. So we do need to help elevate them.
If we went into space, not being peaceful, would we get deported back to Earth?
Maybe we'd drop down. Maybe we would deport ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Well, they would make sure we didn't linger out there, I think,
Mm-hmm.
as not correct. Can't give,
Right.
killing, stealing. You're going home, son.
Yeah, but all the wrongdoings of some people are now affecting the lives of many
believe
more.
me, if I was living in other countries, all you got to do is spend a month or two there, probably not even that much time. I don't blame anyone for trying to come to a better place.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm
Okay,
talking
go
about
ahead, sorry.
the agony of the families and the children now that they're being arrested and hauled out and all this kind of stuff. The children, it's not their fault.
No, but they were doing something that's apparently not, it was allowed, but now it's not allowed. Maybe they were thinking that the same administration would stay in power and it wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
But they got sort of caught in a pickle, as they say.
Right. Right. Then the next part is we will meet the universal community in 2025. So maybe that's why we need some more council representatives too.
Is there a place and location, or is this going to happen to individuals?
I have no idea.
Mr. Keshe said as of late, he's been, in a way, sensing or even seeing sometimes shimmerings of what he considers life or entities next to him. And as he said, to have a full life, you don't need the physicality. And he says this has been happening to him more and more as of late. I think he mentioned that in this exact workshop. So maybe they'll be individual, or could it be collective, or both? Would we see many things in the skies? Or are they already here and we'll just introduce them? As he said, the third of this planet is just hiding in the clothes of the man like I am to have experience in the matter state. And maybe they'll show themselves. He said they were a little too shy and timid at this point for fear of probably maybe being eaten or imprisoned. I'm thinking they may not be actual all of them may not be actual human beings. They may be hiding in something that you pick up at the supermarket. I don't know.
Mark, it could be you. You don't know.
Exactly. He said it could be your wife, it could be your postman, it could be your boss at work, a coworker. Exactly.
It can even be your pet cat.
I think you're correct.
And Mr. Keshe's greatest fear is the war of scientists. The resistance of religion will come the following year.
That's where we're going to start after the announcements. We're going to go to about 58 minutes to the end of the teaching. And this is where I think he says, this is my greatest fear.
Yeah.
Thank you, Worm. You're doing a splendid job. You're actually getting people to open their mics. I can't do that.
Sure you can. Especially they can. And here's something about the Ghana gold and England gold, that the English stole all the gold from the Ghanaians. Is that what this is about? And probably also the Vatican.
Yeah, I think that's where he said, with our knowledge and our ability to make gold, they could bankrupt the entire banking system on this planet.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where he said that. And I know in Sanya, he was telling us that within 3 years of that March period that we were in Sanya, that he would, if the governments didn't cooperate, and again, this could just be something he put out there, in moving forward with this technology, he would show a 10-year-old child how to make kilos of gold at home in their kitchen table if the governments didn't move forward with this. So again, it's just probably some prompting on his part.
Yeah, and I sort of had the hunch, the feeling that in the last couple of weeks, he changed directions again away from the governments and relying more on us.
He said he would not put the technology in the hand of the governments. He's going to put it in your hand.
Yeah, because before that, he was going to give it to the governments.
The first thing they're going to do probably, is try to take it apart and figure out how it works. We got back engineers, and as soon as you do that, the soul goes out of it. It doesn't work anymore.
Right. It's just like taking apart a human.
The idea behind giving the technology to the government was they have the power and the means that they can give the technology out to everybody, because the foundation has not the money and the workforce to produce that much that everybody can have.
Yeah.
But the governments have it's hard for them to get the whole picture and the what the knowledge is able to do. because they are in their own structures and they have certain needs and something else, and it's like a forest, and from the forest they cannot see everything. And he said if he teaches one to transmute, then this guy or this human is able to teach it the next one and the next one. And if we have 4, then we have 16, and then we have 125.
Exponential growth.
Exactly, yes. And Mr. Keshe is going every direction, but with the government, it will take more time than if he teaches it to the people.
Yeah,
Herm,
but
I'm just going to step away for 30 seconds. I'll be right back. Please take over.
yeah, it would definitely be helpful to have the government direct all the unemployed to get new jobs in this new technology. That's what I'm thinking. That's where they might be useful, because we have so many people that are unemployed now, and we'll have more as the technology changes. We have right now because of policy.
Well, we have to realize that if his anti-gravity technology for cars, someone has to install all that stuff. So let's put these people to work by taking all the crap out of the car and installing his stuff and have a new trade. And it's not that hard to do if you're taught the proper way. It put people back to work, give them some hope.
Yes, especially if you have a model where you can show what it does. I mean, then everybody will want it. I would like to change my car.
I would hope to be flying over Canada soon.
Well, it's interesting that one of the biggest, largest gold mining companies in Canada, called Barrick Gold, they're a $45 billion
we heard of
company.
Them.
They're considering going to move to the U.S. So who knows what kind of plays are going on behind the scenes? Because if we can make the gold ourselves in our living room, but it's not gold you take to the pawn shop and get money from. He already said that.
Well, it is if you know how to convert it. This is the issue of the conversion. The same in the energy dimension. He said, the knowledge seekers are playing, but they don't know how to convert the plasma into usable energy. We've gotten a few bits and bobs, but this is the conversion again to show its face, different faces. It's all within that neutron. If you tickle it or introduce fields the right way, in the right amount or the right strength and the rest of it, it changes.
Keep playing, keep experimenting. We'll get it.
Yeah, I think you're going to go to the Keshe Foundation store before you're going to get it. I mean, really get it. But as he said, you're all welcome to try. And to continue to try. And to continue to develop. We need to master it both in the matter state and in the energy dimension. Would you like to continue? You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you.
Yeah. Then he was talking about something with China, and that there was lots and lots and lots of energy in the gold that they have. I don't remember exactly how that went. But
maybe
I mean,
making gold over an area that is, well, again, I don't want to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I thought like each atom is like a huge, can make massive amounts of energy. So the time of blockade is over, as he says here. There is no shortage of energy. And then a reminder for all of us, don't get arrogant. I told you so. It's very easy to do after we've been abused by people about being part of the Keshe Foundation.
Even if I was insulted a dozen times by the same person and belittled?
Yes. Don't get arrogant. I've been practicing.
Yeah, humbleness is a big key. Again, as he said, when he comes into a meeting, he puts himself lower than everyone else in the meeting. Mm-hmm. And he's carrying the totality. So that is quite a feat in and of itself, isn't it? Or is this the way the Creator is, humble, weak, and a giver?
Yes. So now we have a commercial break in the second half. Do we want a commercial break? Anything?
I could play it, but I think we should continue on.
Yeah, I'm just saying this is a commercial break.
Do we need a 10-minute intermission?
No,
I
no.
think we're getting seasoned to the longer meetings, but I was hoping we could kind of condense it into a shorter meeting. I don't
Sure.
think it needs to be so long. Go ahead.
The second half is announcement, questions, and answers. The first one is the advertising on the website is going to be changed. That would be wonderful.
Right. And he said the advertising, I believe we'll hear it in the announcements, is going to be directed towards products in the Keshe Foundation store.
Right. Then, then he's talking about the Friday special session, Footprint of the Soul, tomorrow. And I was part of that. And I had an interesting experience. I'll share some of it. Previous to it, I had a serious conflict with someone in the mental health community that is receiving and needs a lot more therapy, and ended up threatening my life. And I was going, for 2 days, I was going over what happened, and in my mind, doing pictures. My visual field was constantly moving with black and white, horrible pictures. And I kept rehearsing what went on over and over again, where I could have done things different or whatever all happened in the interactions. Then I was still doing that when this session started. And as soon as Mr. Keshe started talking and we were connected, however, it totally, absolutely stopped dead. The pictures stopped, went away, and there was no more internal dialogue, but just plain silence. And then the sun was coming out from behind the clouds for me, and that took care of everything. So that was a very remarkable experience, because I've never experienced it quite so dramatically and drastically, the change.
And again, go ahead, sorry.
So things were brought back into balance in a microsecond.
Yes. That's what I have to report from that.
And as he said, as we move into this year 2025, he's going to be changing some of the energies within these transmutation sessions to experience even more, even bringing in material. I think the next one is actually this Friday. There's still time to sign up for it. I haven't signed up for it yet, but I will be. And to bring in materials that will make some... Yes?
Again, sorry?
Hello?
How much is it to sign up again? Sorry.
600 per session.
Okay.
And he talked about creating some materials to bring with you in some glass test tubes in this for the February, March, and April. Those are a 3-set series. You can sign up for one of them at a time, or you can sign up for all of them at a discount of €1,500 rather than €1,800 for the 3 sessions. And we know how fast the months go by. And of course, this is keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity as well as making some changes within your structure. In the sessions, he said we'd continue in May, June, and July. You would actually purchase, he said, some material from the Keshe Foundation to start the first, in a way, shimmers of transmutation. So this is at least planned for 6 months in advance. You don't have to be in every single one of them. It's, yes? Okay. You don't have to be in all of them. And again, it's out of the reach of many people and their budgets and the rest. But we're developing this so apps can be created later to do many, many phenomenal things. And these apps will be much, much less expensive, as I see it. But of course, he's going to, as he said, with the Apple phone, you started out with one in the size of a briefcase, and it's just been developed over the years. So the same thing will happen with this technology, as we already see it being miniaturized. But yes, keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, supporting the store, transmutation sessions. And as you saw, as I played in the intro, we have what's called a Keshe coin. And again, this is just not backed by thin air, but by the knowledge of creation. So that's available too. With a return, you won't receive the coin, but it'll be put, and there's a whole banking system. This coin will be used for actually purchasing things and products within the Keshe Foundation store. And that list is growing month by month, it seems. As he said, this will reach 20 or 30,000 products in the future. I don't know exactly when, but Keshe coins will earn a return. Plus, you can use them to purchase things in the Keshe Foundation store. And then it'll be worked into some bank that they've already sort of made the superstructure for in the background. So yes, Keshe Foundation has Keshe coins, distinctly different than cryptocurrency. Would you? Yes?
And they will be traded with, what is that system where you can't cheat? Blockchain, right? Is that it?
Yeah, it'll only be for you, and you can only use it within the structure of the Keshe Foundation. So it will
until the Keshe Bank is started.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's not only energy, it's not only wellness, it's not only flight, it's not only feeding, it's an actual banking system behind some of that, or in front of some of that, however you want to look at it.
Wow. Just imagine, like right now, we pass around bills, at least I still use paper, that has been through so many pockets with drugs, and all the bills are totally polluted with toxic.
They say they are.
Drugs, I know, they are. And then we will have money that will be polluted with love and grace and peace and all those things.
Okay.
Isn't that good?
Excellent. I mean, we need an interchange medium. And he said, somebody asked him a question at one point in time, when will the money disappear? And he said, when we get the greed out of the man.
Right. We wouldn't need any. I was thinking a lot. Being a mother, I spent so much time working for other people. I mean, I didn't get any money for changing diapers or for cleaning the floor or toilet or whatever else. Everything, pretty much most of what I did, I was never paid for. And I wasn't used to getting any money. I had a husband that went out to work. And then for a while I was sick, so I couldn't work. I was working for a while, but then I couldn't for a while. I was
so
just sick.
That idea of serving was not foreign to you.
That's for sure. But I didn't know it any different. The same with my mother. She was my model. She was served all the time. So, and I also, for me personally, I serve my plants and my animals. I'm always taking care of somebody or something.
At one point, we heard it's all about servitude and nothing more.
Yeah. Okay, so next. Okay, yeah, on the 21st, we will have the next session. We need to bring 4 containers, and I've tried to write it down. Does anybody have it down in writing?
Well,
But
no, I didn't write it, but it's 4 glass-like test tubes, something you could hold in your hand, a third of CH3, a third of CO2, and a third of...
not so fast. I want to write it down.
Okay,
CH3 and
zinc,
zinc oxide
yeah.
or zinc.
No, zinc, ZNO, zinc
Okay.
oxide.
And
The CH3,
CH3.
you'd have a third, and a third with the amino acids. And I need to check. I thought he said one without the amino acids, but I need
That's
to
what
check.
we need to know.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
a third and a third and a third in each bottle.
Correct.
Okay.
Put them aside, and then we'll tell you how to use them in the next session.
Right.
Okay?
But you just said there was possibly a fourth one?
Yeah, you're
CH3.
making up 2 and then 2 more. So you're going to have a total of 4 with a third,
But
a
I
third,
mean,
and a third.
3 ingredients.
As
Yeah,
I understand it, yes.
The trade, you missed the trade, the last one.
What was the last one?
You mix the mixture of the whole three gases.
3 together.
Yeah, together.
Yes.
Right.
In the same test tube.
But it was CH3, ZNO, and the
Yep.
third one?
The zinc GANs and the CO2.
Oh, CO2, of course.
Mhm.
That can't be missed.
As I understand it at this point.
Okay.
And they're
Next.
going to introduce some energies into this session that's going to allow you to have a very enjoyable time. Or again, I'm not exactly sure what he said, but this was needed. And then in the future sessions, the May, June, and July, you will be required to purchase some material from the foundation. Again, he's getting everything set up. I think little changes are going on in the background of certain individuals, perhaps, maybe all of us. As he said, we're all learning this process. And to make it easier, perhaps when the next system comes into play, that we can easily start practicing at home.
Okay. I'm looking at this now.
No problem. Take your time. We're not rushing.
This is for transfer. Yeah, okay, we talked about that. Then the question came, how can we produce gas of vitamin D?
I think he said it's been taught and it'll be taught more in depth in the future, but that was one of the very short answers.
Yeah,
Again,
he said easy.
Easy. Yeah, very easy, he said. But you have to know what you're doing. You have to know what to use and the rest of it. He said it's a radiation.
Yeah,
So
and then
it may be a little bit more. And then he said if you have the Oasis system, you'll get all the vitamin D and minerals that you need plasmatically.
yes. And then the next one was, how can you neutralize deuterium in water? And
Yeah, I think he said deuterium is stable. It's you don't really neutralize it. I think they were talking about extracting it or separating it. And there is something he taught, but another question came up really about the deuterium. I think it was deuterium, maybe it was tritium, and they said, what do I do if I make what can I do with it? And he said, not much, unless you know the understanding of the Keshe Foundation.
yeah, well, if it's pretty stable, like he says, then there's not much you can do with it.
I'm sure there is, but you need to know how to play with it.
Yes, always. Then the next question was, there was apparently a healing of a dog. Did the amino acids in olive oil play a role in healing a dog? And yes. And he added that any oil will be healing. Anybody remember anymore?
I think they use Cup of Life 1. I think that was one of the testimonials in a way from the Brazilian language community.
But it has something to do with olive oil.
Yes, and they have used the salts of the GANs productions. They mix the salt with natural oil. It is not functioning with engine oil or
Right.
some synthetic oils. It has to be a natural oil, and it's about the amino acids in the oil and the reaction with the salt.
Okay. I'm writing this down.
Thank you, Joseph.
With oil. With salt.
The
Okay.
nano salt from the GANS productions.
Right. Does it matter which one? He didn't say.
He said something, but I cannot remember at the moment. Maybe someone else.
Yeah, I have a lot of salt sitting here. I have not done anything with it other than
Yeah,
collect.
no, he had said to save that salt. Sometime we'll teach you how to use it. I think he has at one point. We can add it back into another GANS making process. I think that was one of the ways to use it. But there's probably, as we're finding out, there's more and more things that haven't been revealed to us, even within the products within the Keshe Foundation store.
Yeah, and I have observed with my salts that there's the salt that crawls out of the bottle, that comes out and grows over the top, is different from the salt that's in the bottom when it dries out. Different structure. And in one of my containers, I forgot what it was, I have salt crystals that are absolutely square. Little square crystals. Big
I've
ones.
seen those too when I let it dry out. Yes.
Yeah.
The salt that is coming to the top is from the atmosphere.
Yes.
And it's attracted from the field strength of the production. And there was, I think, 2020, 2021 in the teachings, combination of salt, nano salt from KAP1 and KAP2 production that is 100 times stronger than the strongest antibiotic we have.
That was cup 2. They called it the copper cup.
Yeah, there was a combination of salts, and Mr. Keshe said it in one way and in the other. So cup 1 water with cup 2 salt, and one teaching later he said it exactly the opposite way. So I got confused, and I was never trying.
Are you getting tired? Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm just taking notes.
Okay, good, good. Anyone else want to add anything while is jotting down a couple of references?
I had to take my 2 cups I have wired together. I had to change the container because the container was overflowing with the salt.
Right.
The production is just, and now that container's filled up, and I got to go find a bigger one.
Are we talking 15% containers or something less, or
well, talking about
matter?
when we take the 2 cups, our own personal 2 cups, and wire everything together and just let it sit and keep adding water, that's produced so much salt. Even some of the salts turn blue. I find that pretty fascinating.
I've seen blue streaks in my salt. Yep.
Yeah, I had something funny happen there. I had one jar that everything grew out of the top, and it was like a dome with a little hole in it. And I took a picture of it, and I have a plant identification program, and they said this is broccoli. It did look a little bit like broccoli, the shape and the texture, but it was a salt dome. Okay, he is next. He's talking about Q4. No. He says, is microscopic technology similar to plasma?
Okay, this was the man in Africa, Maxwell, and we're going to play that later about what he did with using these micro frequencies. And Mr. Keshe said there's still a few pitfalls in it, but he was quite admiring the work of Maxwell. And he said he's been following him for a couple of years. It's a Chinese car, but the Chinese are trying to find out why or how to filter out certain frequencies. He said there's a lot of problems. They haven't told us about this technology, as it can absorb the wrong frequencies or could be radared or targeted, I think he said, which would cause the system to malfunction or even perhaps explode. Yep.
Yeah, right. Okay, I could use a break if somebody else wants to read.
I could add something to the topic because it was Mile, this science guy from Germany that through
Professor
his
Mile.
exactly that made experiments from the Tesla technology from Nikola Tesla, and he found the gravitational part and the understanding for it. And what also Tesla did, but he has not understood it, Mr. Keshe said, is that he was running a car, and the one of the antennas was in Russia somewhere, and he
A
was
tower?
driving. Yes, exactly, and he was driving in the USA. But the problem is that you can only feed a certain number of cars, 2 or 3. The others won't function, he said. And it's a problem because with this gravitational technology, with these special waves, they are at certain frequencies, they're just pulling everything into they are getting. And this is a problem because in some cases they may explode. And the Chinese try to make a filter of frequencies.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody has a solution at the moment. So this technology is not really able to be used.
Yeah, even with the TVs, I think Mr. Keshe said that it started to distort a picture on the television or something. Because he used it previously to. I had seen this guy at least 5 years ago, and when he was playing with some, I don't know if it was radio. It was definitely a television that it could be powering itself, but they didn't give you the downside of it, I guess. But he said it's very beautiful work what this guy has done, coming from someone who had no formal education, is basically self-taught.
Okay, somebody else want to take over?
Okay, will Trump publish the plasma knowledge? I know he said he's getting things set up. The educational system will have to be, in a way, overhauled, or again, they'll be having PhDs, I think, in plasma. But I think he said in the previous workshop or recently that Trump would pave the way for this to be brought into an educational platform.
Fantastic.
I think at the present time, the Keshe Foundation will probably stay in the background. I'm not. Can magnesium GANs also help people living alone to feel less lonely? Yes, I think he said vitiligo. This is some sort of change of color in the skin. I'm not sure of the answers there, but I think it can be helped with the plasma technology. How can we produce magnesium GANs? There is something on the Keshe Foundation wiki. We can actually, I think let's see if we can just get a bookmark here and another page. We can just show you on the Keshe Foundation wiki where you can make the magnesium GANs. And this is one of the things he talked about using to wash the floors in your home. Let's see if we can just find that. It may take me a minute. Anyone have anything else while I'm
I think that was
this?
an earlier teaching, wasn't it? Wasn't this week?
Well, this was an article actually by John, who put it in the Keshe Foundation wiki, and he gave the way he did it. And I'm sure he talked to Mr. Keshe about the right way. Here it's using plates. Okay, here it is. Let's just bring that up for a second. So this was from John Bliven, and this is the actual picture they use on the Wikipedia, magnesium GANs production. So perhaps we'll put this into the chat. We're going to copy this, and we're going to go to the chat. And let's just enter it in if we can. I seem to be stuck on this. Can someone else copy this and put this into the chat? I guess it didn't take my larger post, and now there's some sort of issue. I must have to erase this. Can someone copy this and put this in the chat? Again, it just goes through the process here of making it either with a LED light or using a battery. I'm going to use a battery on mine. And some other observations. And some other links to it. Can anyone put that in the chat for me? Okay, no problem.
Mark, send to me on my Telegram and I put here. I don't have right now this.
Okay, let me do that.
If you put the chat into the link, if you put the link into the chat, then I'm able to.
It won't take it. I tried to put this whole what we were reading in the chat, and now it doesn't allow me to put anything else in, and it didn't even come up in the chat. So I'm doing something wrong.
Even just the link. Wow.
Yeah, I'm doing something wrong. Normally it works fine. I put many links in there. I understand sausage and these links. Okay. All right, let's go back again. So there's definitely, he talked about the magnesium GANs as using it to wash the floor. You would use some CuO, CO2, zinc, I believe, and some magnesium GANs. Wash the floors and see how the mood in the house changes. Wash the windows, he said as well. Okay, I think somebody got that and actually put that in. Huh, it won't let me see it. Oh, yes, there it is. Okay, good. Thank you. So if you want to make it, Mr. Keshe said they've tested this many, many, many times. So it's not something new, but he did caution about using the biomaterial. He says you never know what it was rinsed with and the rest of it. So I'm going to use the plate method when I make mine. But there's, as we know, many roads lead to Rome. Okay, he also talked about nicotine and the nightshades and how much nicotine is used, I think, by the soul in controlling the brain, or perhaps it's the, again, soul of physicality, I'm not sure, but the to in a way control a neurosystem. And we get it in foods. They tell you how bad nicotine is. Someone else told us it's really non-addictive. But I think Mr. Keshe said you sort of do get addicted to some of these things, especially I think the nightshades, tomatoes, and some eggplants, and so are full of nicotine. I guess you can see that on the Wikipedia. He talked about the Twinity Magrav systems. Also, is there a place for mineral supplements? That was a pretty short answer on the vitamin D making, I know that. And let's see, what else? Can you explain more about the neutron, proton, and the layers of the skin? Claudia, was that your question? Did you arrive at any new conclusions? Okay.
Hello, Mark. I was far away from the computer.
No, it's okay. It's fine. Wasn't that one of your questions?
Yes.
And was it a short answer, or did he say you need to understand what you're doing, how you're doing it, and what the purpose is that you're doing it for?
It's all about the intentions, I understood.
Okay.
The energy that's released from something, you know. For example, you are participating with the sessions and you are releasing some energies from you and from the other participants. So
Yeah.
So I think when you are doing these sessions, I think you might do a great intention. So will be released for all.
It's funny, if I showed you the email that we used to get, he says, come into these sessions with no plan in a way, or no intentions, to sort of leave it as a blank state. Now, that he's also said it the other way, come to plan to see the grandmother or whoever, or plan to go where you want to go. But a number of the emails come without any sort of strong preconditions of what you're going to do. Other times
I
he
think
said,
it's
come with them.
it's a study that he's doing, like he's trying to do some different kinds of sessions, but it's difficult to you not thinking in something, you know, thinking
Mhm.
anything for many hours. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, I try to
I
stay
don't
in.
I
Yeah.
didn't get it. So
Yeah, no, I try to stay in the balanced fields of the soul of the existence. That's how it ended up very peaceful the last time in those sessions. And again, there's many, many things going on in the background. They're trying different energies with different people, seeing different responses. He said, you write your response and you think we're looking for one thing, but we're looking for something else. So there's a lot of mystery as well in these sessions, but we've often got a lot of good things happening to us. And again, I think the changes are small. And again, he said sometimes these changes don't happen in the session. They start when you leave the session. And there may be combinations of changes that are going on within your structure. I think it's all sort of preconditioning us to transmutation in the future. But I don't know that. But I think that's part of it. That's what they're calling them, transmutation sessions. But as he said, we haven't figured out how to generate enough energy to superpass matter state, even though we're doing it in the energy dimension when we dream in the rest of this. To actually move the physicality is a full cycle of transmutation from matter state to energy back to matter state. That's why I think he said we're going to make it easier for you by introducing some systems to make it easier for the knowledge seekers to transmute or transport or transfer. Okay, shall we continue? This has taken the program, but I'm glad we've had a lot of interactions. Okay, how do you see energy when we direct our intention to a specific area? Communicate with the fetus. That was another topic. And again, you can go in and listen to these. Use the units only for yourself. Yes, he's been pretty firm on this, especially with some of these units. They get, in a way, connected to one energy field of one body and the fields of one brain. So when you share it with another person, he said, we advise you do not. And I think he even said in this one, don't even share it with your cat or your dog, which you would think that's one of your closer friends, right? Because the amino acid leaves some sort of trace and a fingerprint of the soul, and these systems have a way of absorbing energies. The second headphone, if you had a two headphone system, he said the other one could be shared with the disclaimer that you let them know that it has energy of apple or energy of banana or other energies within it. They must be quite subtle, but he continues to say this is an important aspect of some of these systems, like the pain pen, for example, and other products. They get entrained or connected to one field of a body and an energy of a brain, or vice versa, something along that line. And then when you allow someone else to use it, apparently it creates some sort of different interactions within the system. Okay, and I think that about concludes it, even though there was much more. But let's go to the announcements. We can hear Mr. Keshe and what he's announced and where the plan has continued to go or has changed direction or whatever. Again, they're calling different plays, just like a team on the field would call different plays under different circumstances, depending on how the game is proceeding. And as he said, we have to watch and observe how the game is played. Okay, so this is about 12 minutes. Feel free to stop it, but this is what was announced this past Thursday. And it's not starting, which doesn't seem to be, it seems to happen more frequently than it should. I don't know why. Let's see if we can do this one more time. We'll share the screen. And try it again. See if this starts it. Okay, it looks like we're going to have to go to our backup plan. Let's just see when this, if I can. We'll go to the actual workshop we've gotten. Okay. We'll have to go past the break. Again, many interesting drawings here. Let's see if this will play. Okay, obviously there's some sort of glitch in the system. So what we'll do is we'll go to the Knowledge Seekers workshop that should be ready in YouTube. Oops, we're going to go to somewhere. I think it's around here. Sorry for the delay. All right, we'll start it right at the end of this workshop. This is the actual alkalizer that you can find on the Keshe Foundation website. It says it's on Amazon. Someone looked it up. It's not, but there'll be all new ads coming out. And this is the alkalizer where you can change the pH of the water. You can put some of these tubes in there and allow the energies to be absorbed by the water.
And stay in its natural condition during the day. Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer. Be pure like the water.
Okay, so we'll spend about 12 minutes here.
Okay, we are back again at the 577th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And as usual, Mr. Keshe usually has something to say before we begin the questions and answers. So
again, feel free to stop
Mr.
it.
Keshe.
Thank you very much. First of all, we try to change the ads very soon because these are the old materials. I know you got fed up with it. We too. And hopefully in the next few weeks you see new ads with the latest product.
Okay, so the Keshe Foundation is supporting the store, he said, with the new products. So we should support the store also, even if you're not purchasing anything from the store. You can be talking about it and what's available and understanding what is in the store. If someone else was looking for a product, you could share with them. You've seen it before. It's in the store. Here's where it is.
On the other hand, as we said, tomorrow we have a session with those of the, what I call the footprint of the your own soul, how you progress since the last time, or you make a new fingerprint for the future for you to compare. This session starts around 9 o'clock tomorrow and we'll go whole session. You don't need anything for this session, those of you who joined us. Just yourself. Yeah, the answers we said there's a lot of confusion is for next Friday. This is just you and your fingerprint. Nothing should be there to be added, to be in your hands or whatever. The answers which we said with you already must have already received emails for it, gives you the instruction what ganses you need and what you need to do. And we even advise the knowledge seekers, if you have a little bit more GANs, bring 4 bottles with you, or it'll be given in your email why we need 4 bottles, or if you can do that for next Friday session. We try to understand the process, and we try to explain in a deeper way many things. In respect to the what we call knowledge of the technology. We will introduce very soon a new range of systems to make the transmutation much easier for the knowledge seekers and set up new direction and dimension in understanding the totality of the structure and how things sets and how things are.
So if you were so capable of doing it on your own, why is he making it easier for you to do it? Does anyone see what these systems are meant to do? They're training tools, but they're also allowing you, he's saying, we're going to make it easier for the knowledge seekers to transfer and transmute. Much easier.
And how we what we call change the position and parameters of the fields around you, and how to help you to be able to, in a way, transfer and transmute and expand the totality. New products in.
So you see what he's doing here? He's making it easier. They're going to change the, he said, and how we, what we call, change the position and parameters of the fields around you. Remember, you have the soul trapped between the 2 headphones.
And next few weeks will be introduced in a way to allowing your expansion of the fields, and how you can actually start doing it at home to make the transmutation much easier. You have seen this technology with us in what you call in a bigger structure in Linz. So it's not something that suddenly comes up to be, is part of the transmutation. Now the way we changed, if you remember those huge obesos to headsets, we are going in the same direction now for dimension of transmutation, where you will see a new version very soon of the systems which what we call, you've seen before, the advancement in technology and work of the Keshe Foundation has made this possible. And so in the coming weeks, hopefully, once we complete one side of our work, we will bring the other side into operation for you to see and for you to be part of. And this process is fundamental for us as you knowledge seekers are reaching a point of maturity of transmutation and understanding the changes between the matter state and the energy state. And now we we're going into a much elaborate systems to be able to bring this technology home, which means you'll be able to have the same facilities as we shown before in a much more advanced way, using the cosmic ray materials, using the new understanding of the technology to, in a way.
And again, just to show the cosmic ray materials in the store, if we can. I'll just show you here. I think we're all familiar with it. We've heard cosmic ray material enough times mentioned, but the picture doesn't quite do it justice because it's going to be presented not in a glass tube like that, but in a beautiful precious stone or semi-precious stone case inside a cloth bag. But these materials are, again, no one can produce these materials, none of the knowledge seekers that I'm aware of. Maybe some people on the team can, but there's a wide range, and these raw materials will certainly enhance your ability to transmute. And also, as he said, as we start to share some of this technology, or perhaps they won't share the technology with the governments, but the rare earth materials will be made available to the governments. The same way the offers in the Keshe Foundation store are made available to us, the raw materials will be made available to governments for their testing and other purposes, but they will not have the ability to produce it themselves. This is what I'm just thinking. So again, just to show you that, let's see if we can go back to, okay, just a second. I need to switch back to the workshop, take this off the screen here, and hopefully you're going to see the transcript again, and we continue forward.
Deliver to you technologies which will not be in the hand of the government, but in the hand of the citizens. And then in an expanded way, we will what we call extend the knowledge into the next level in combination with what you have in your hands, what you have gathered as pieces of technology over past few months and past few years.
So if you've gathered the different products within the Keshe Foundation store, like the nano-coated disc, like the glasses, like some of the other products that have been offered, cosmic ray material, cosmic ray communication bundle, some of these other systems, this is what he's talking about. Of what you've gathered over the past months and years, they're going to actually show how these things can be put together. Maybe not all of it, but just the beginning, broaching this, connecting them to links or to other places.
You purchase from the Keshe Foundation, and this will be brought up in a very beautiful way for you to have literally the first basis of transmutation systems at home. You want to transfer, you want to transmute. We bring this technology in a way, in a very slow space, speed, that it'll be in conjunction with the transportation, what you call UFOs, and transmutation to be launched at the same time.
So again, he's saying right here, it's going to be brought in at a very slow speed. So this is not something that's going to be just put out there very quickly. It sounds like it'll be sort of creep in. I think he used that word in the previous workshop. I'm not sure what is one of the systems. You'll see it sort of creep in. But in other points, he said that it's going to be introduced simultaneously. So we'll see how this works out.
Or we teach you prior that it can be shown by you in application and implications in the, what we call upcoming future presentation of the technology.
So as he said, we teach you prior that it can be shown by you. So again, there's some intricacies within this technology that haven't been fully explained. He keeps saying after you purchase some of these systems, we still have to show you how to use them. Maybe this is the upcoming point where things start to come together, or the first glimpses of it.
What you will see is a close, what I call replication or transmutation system, which you saw in a very crude way in Linz.
So I think people will be using the Keshe Foundation systems initially. Unless you can do it on your own, you should be doing it without any system. That'll come down the road, but initially, to keep you tethered, to keep you close, to keep you from not getting what they call snake bit, I think you'll be in the structure of the Keshe Foundation systems for initial transmutations and moving the physicality.
And our people and our scientists and researchers and the others who we work with have matured enough, and the technology is matured, that this can be introduced. In a way, we are introducing to you something which what I call is amalgamation of the technology in the past. If you remember when we showed these, the gas production, the CO2 production, the energy production, some 2 years ago, and now this is changed to a suitcase size and even smaller. And hopefully by the back end of this year, what was in the patent of the Keshe Foundation in 2006, 2005, which is the batteries, the miniature plasma power generators in the size of the batteries. On the back of this, reducing from these huge boxes, as you see, to a little handheld battery in your hand. We have advanced in the same way, but we have brought you with us. You will understand later on. And then what you will see in the coming time is this. We will market this as a system that you hold in the house. And in a portable way, very much the way we done with this, that you can transmute between 2 points to start with, in the room to room in your office, and the rest of it. It will be sold as a twin set, and it won't be so elaborate. It will come in a self-packaged packaging. And we will see how we will change these in the future. And we'll try to see how we will, what we call, elaborate on these in the processes of the Keshe Foundation, evolution in science and technology, and how these will be structured to show the difference. So be ready for the evolution in science, evolution in what we call the technology, which will be released by Keshe Foundation. And in that process, be ready to see huge changes to come and to be seen, and to be, in a way, the next step of what we call transportation and transmutation.
Okay, I think that concludes this. Maybe we can go to the workshop around 58 minutes where he talks about what we'll be dealing with in a way coming up. We'll just go from, I think it's 50, is it 58? Maybe we'll spend 10 minutes here and just this part of the workshop if we could. Yeah, the biggest fear, one of his biggest fears again. We'll just see if we can continue to have this play. Hopefully it will. Let's just start just before there. Okay, and we'll take it to the end. Any questions or thoughts on this? You may not think you need technology to transmute, but I think Mr. Keshe thinks some of us do. And they're providing that technology for us to start to practice around your home, just from room to room, very small steps. And sort of keep it localized, I think, at the moment. But again, as he said, everything has been taught. If you understand it, you should be already transmuting. So if you're not, that means there's something we've missed in the teachings. But these systems will help overcome what knowledge we missed. And by using these systems, I think it becomes ingrained or is teaching your structure how it's actually done, even if it's not conscious at this point, that you're aware that your structure is even being taught how to move in this energy dimension. But I think the Keshe Foundation systems will be used pretty much exclusively until people get on their own, and I'm not sure what will happen. We can't have everyone transmuting, especially if we're not mature enough. It probably won't work anyway, and I think he said at one point in time, if you transmute to a certain place and you've committed a crime or you've done something wrong, that you won't be able to come back. So again, I'm not fully understanding that as well. So let's start at around 58 minutes here, my biggest fear. And we'll spend 10 minutes and then we'll go to creating the Dome of Peace, okay?
Graduate, my biggest fear, always said, and it makes people around me literally laugh, is we have a very big problem which pops its head out in a very near future. And I'll tell you why, and you understand it. We have, in the past centuries and thousands of years, we have made professors, doctors, priests, ignorant in the matter state. Your biggest problem as humans just starts. Because once the new generation learns about the plasma or energy in motion, then you're going to have the same professors, doctors, priests, changing their tune from the matter state. Now we understand how the Christ went and the rest of it, and the ignorant. We have a beautiful say in Farsi, say, "Khar biara bagali bar kun," which means now bring the donkey and load it up that these people accept this lot and this lot accept this lot. This is where your problem sits. And in a way, you knowledge seekers, most of you who understood, have made the answers, sit somewhere here.
Anything you want to elaborate on there? It's a real concern, human nature, or was that earlier? No, it's about this time. Anything you want to add to that?
No, just the way we are built. He makes a valid concern. People might take it in a different way once they know the technology.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
And you have understood this. You have bridged the gap in a small way. And that's why you're in a big problem. But your problem starts when in a few years' time, We get universities of man creating PhD and everything for the energy state, what we call the plasma, what we call the Ganser state. Now,
And I don't think the Keshe Foundation will be giving out any degrees. As he said, there's no PhDs or any of this within the Keshe Foundation, but the universities will continue, it sounds like, in the same pattern over the coming years. And this is going to be another problem.
We had the war of borders. We had the war of religions. Now becomes the war of scientists. Trying to show which one is correct, which one is real, and both of them don't understand when this reduces in the field of strength in the matter state according to inertia become matter, and then when it goes to plasma inertia become plasma. In reality, what we'll see in the time of coming time is, in a very simple way, which we all understand, we see in a different way the world of Tesla, and we see the world of Edison. And we saw how Edison brought an elephant, created the electrical chair to show Tesla was wrong or was right.
Now, we were just having a discussion earlier. Did Tesla bring the DC or the AC? I was thinking he brought the AC. Someone said no, Edison brought the AC. Any comments from anyone?
Well, my understanding is that Tesla was involved in installing the turbines at Niagara Falls, so that's AC.
Okay, thank you, Gail.
That's my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
It was his design, totally his design at the Niagara Falls.
AC.
Done that through George Westinghouse. AC, exactly.
Okay, so Tesla brought the AC, Edison brought the DC. Tesla was improving on it because of the loss of power and other things. But then Edison, what he did, I think Mr. Keshe said, is he brought in this elephant and electrocuted him and said, see how bad this is. So I think this is what they'll try to show the Keshe plasma technology as not being correct or dangerous.
But it was dangerous. And that's what we saw with Tesla, with Edison doing to Tesla. We will see coming from the religious leaders in respect to the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation. You have not seen the resistance yet. We had the resistance from the ignorant scientists, from the kings who want to have it. You have not seen the resistance coming from the religious people when they say this is criminal. Knowledge of God is not for us to understand, because then we can't be prophets. We cannot be all the religious names we created for ourselves. You thought you got persecuted by your family and the friends and people around you because of this knowledge? You wait when the man of science stands, the man of abuses in the name of religion. And that's to come in 2025. In the back end of 2025. And the 26th will be a battlefield between the new knowledge and the matter state knowledge and those who lose their position in the world of religion.
But with the Oasis, we can overcome that because everybody will be independent.
Right, but they're still going to have a voice of influence. There's still a lot of people will probably be saying, gee, I'd like to believe in this new one, but I'm hearing from my religious leader that this is something incorrect. I should not be dabbling like a Ouija board or something.
Well, that's okay. I mean, everybody wakes up at different times. So they want to do that, that's fine. But as long as there's no control, because if there's control, then that's where the problem lies. But if we have the Oasis and everybody's independent, it's your choice. If you want to still stay dum-dum, that's your...
Yeah, he's always said that. If you want the donkey, we give you the donkey. You want the Rolls Royce? We'll give you the Rolls Royce. You want the UFO? We'll give you the UFO. You want to move the way the Creator does? You can do that too. But I was just seeing, what is he going to say? It's trying to show one is correct. Yes, we've seen that even among ourselves. But what does he say here? Okay, then we know the work of God. Edison brought this in. The religious people, when they're going to say this is criminal, Ike. This is a criminal offense that you're,
Right.
what do they say in certain religions when you say certain things, this is against God?
Blasphemy or something.
Blasphemy, that's the word I was looking for. This is blasphemous. And this is probably what you'll see in the headlines and news reports, according to the Pope, according to this imam, according to this Ayatollah. Maybe not Ayatollahs, I don't know. But according to the rabbis, this is criminal behavior towards God.
If the three biggest religions can come together and get this out, that it's all self-conscious, that everybody has to do, just do a proclamation on this. That might be helpful because a lot of hardcore followers will not agree.
But then they have to resign. They have to take their robes off. They have to actually implement it. This is what he said about the university in Tehran. About the guy said, well, if you bring this technology, I planned on retiring. I'll have to see it through, and you got 4 votes anyway, so go ahead with it or something.
Right. I mean, let them resign. It's all control. If they resign, I think the Oasis will help because all this stuff, you can resign and be on your own. Nobody cares. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, again, who are you going to believe? The religious leaders or what you're actually experiencing? But some of the followers may feel that, you're not an asset to the community and shun you and the rest of it, or maybe even worse, as we see in some cultures, stoning and other things take place.
The churches are dwindling in fellowship. I mean, today is Sunday.
You're absolutely correct.
Church, but this is our church right now, so we are getting knowledge. And we're still battling with our family members. Oh, why don't you come to church? I say, well, I have my own church. But it's just that terminology, you have your own church. It's just crazy. So we gotta change our whole mindset of all this stuff. That would make it easy. Because if we use the same existing terms that they need, that they already have, it will be confusing and they will think it's another control. They will have to change.
Well, I think we'll have to still stay humble, Ike. I don't think we're going to start getting into huge verbal arguments with people. This will not be helpful. We'll just elevate them on the soul level till they understand more.
Exactly.
Yeah. This is what he's sort of conditioning people to be doing with people around them, family and friends and the rest. Not to throw it in their face how correct you were and how wrong they were, and allow that person to mature into the knowledge that they become even better servants of humanity than you.
The famous says, you see nothing yet. You are getting problem with the family and the friends are calling you become a sect or whatever. I, as a Mehran Tawakkuli Keshe, had to fight the kings and governments. The king plans to kill, and his proxies, like Red Circle, create everything to discredit and everything else for you not to have. You have not seen what the religions will do to this technology.
And his reference to Red Circle, this is where they kill scientists and steal their technology and the rest of that. And the reason it's a circle, as I understand it, or one of the reasons, is because most of the time when a drop of blood goes on the floor, it forms a circle. And so they called it Red Circle. just from what I recall in one part of it.
Because through this, you find work of the energy, which gives you the understanding of the world of creation and the creator. And if you understand that, you need an intermediary. We are no gurus. We are people who understand the science of creation and teaches it freely. Never a knowledge has been taught so freely for so long by one man in voice and writing. And now those of you who go even to the other level of understanding, you tap to my soul and you get the information and the knowledge. You don't need the voice and you don't need the matter.
Do you hear what he said there? You tap to my soul.
Isn't this what you do when you pray to your creator?
Isn't that interesting? And this is what he said about when you read a book by Einstein or someone else, or you hear a workshop by Mr. Keshe, you're actually sharing the soul of the person that created that work. Doesn't mean you understand it fully, but you're sharing the soul. And he's often said, any of you can share my soul, you just can't take it all, he said. Let's continue. Oh, it didn't start.
Are you still in the process of making statues and hang it around your neck? It's you who has put yourself around your neck, your own noose of ignorance, and not the knowledge. We can produce as much gold as we like to bankrupt the world banks. There is an old knowledge which, if you lived in Ghana, you know it. And if you were really with the people at the point of power in Ghana, you know it. When you go into Central Bank of England, not the monarchy, but the Central Bank of England, there is so many hundreds of thousands of bars of gold. And 2/3 of it is stolen from Ghanaian gold reserve when the British invaded Ghana. We can make more gold than is in reserve of any bank, any nation on this planet. And we have shown it. And it's been tested by the Chinese military, confirming it. Army General of China, after we did the test in 2023 in the mountains north of China, on our gold mine, they tried to dodge and dive that we didn't see any gold. I took scientific papers into a meeting. There were about 15 of Chinese and the representative, the Prime Minister of China, representative of the Chinese military and the rest. And I said to them on the whiteboard, I said, you see these materials which you have given on the report? I give you a research paper, 20 research papers, which says to you, wherever you see this material, it means there's gold and silver. You as a Chinese government officials, as the generals in the Chinese military, which you control the test, tell me, where have you hidden the data for gold? You're stealing, you're thieving. And they got offended. You can tell anything to a Chinese, but tell him he's a thief. It's the most humiliating, degrading thing you can do to a Chinese man. to humiliate him, to bring him lower. A few days later, I was called into a meeting in central Beijing, a huge building. Wang Ning was with me. She's always used to be the translator. We don't know how much she translated correctly, whatever. The top-ranking general came, who we know, and two other generals, which monitored, came and sat on the same table. But they sat on the side and the other side. Nobody sat on the top. The gentleman who was the head of Chinese military committee sat on the top. We found out later on. And the general turned around and said, Mr. Keshe, you have found out how to transfer energy into gold. In a different way, you have changed materials into materials, energies to materials. And we accept that we hidden the knowledge. Now we confirm you are correct. It took an insult to a government to come out with the truth on the table of discussion. And because of the humiliation, there was no trust. Everything stopped. Because admitting to stealing, admitting to hiding, does not leave any much room to trust. The beauty of what we did in China is that we kept a video of these generals. And they always covered their face that they cannot be seen, but accidentally their own team sent us a video with all their pictures on it. They didn't know at the end of the picture, you see the generals. And one day I will release their name and their pictures. This will be the same with the man of rope. They have to hide for them to keep their jobs. And I made one promise. Before I leave this planet, I return the stones of Vatican back to Colosseum. Where the man was abused physically, at least he had a say in it, and he was part of it. He wasn't abused in a hidden way.
So anyone who want to comment on this, returning the stones to the Vatican? As he just said, it's the abuse of the man in the hidden way. At least in the Vatican, they knew they were being physically abused, but the religion. So I think that's a metaphor in a way about what he's going to do, make the last man standing, understanding for all of us that we are that last man standing. And that's what I think he means in one way, in a way, about returning the stones to the Colosseum. They're full of a lot of emotions.
But
Yes.
in one thing I remember, he mentioned that the church that actually exists underneath. Are you able
No.
to
No.
hear me?
No. Do you want to try
Can you
again?
still hear me now?
Better. It's clear right for the second. Yes. Go ahead. Start again, please, Gail.
Are you
I know you mentioned about the church. Go ahead.
able to hear me now?
No, we can't.
The Vatican is on top of, as I understood it, was it like the Mitra? Yes. Oh,
No, you're coming in good now. Go ahead. You said the Vatican was on top?
yeah. There's another church, the ancient church.
Oh, Mitraism.
I'm not sure if he mentioned Mitra, but he wants that. Yeah. Because the Vatican was built on top. So that might be a reason.
Okay. You mean to disassemble it? So you can
That's
see
about
the
all I
original
have
temple?
to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Gail. Anyone else? I think it's part of it is allowing man to understand that he is part of the creator. This is what we've been told. We're going to get judged if you make it to heaven or hell and the soul. So this is allowing you to understand you're part of the creation. As he said, the creator becomes the created and the created becomes the creator. It's just a very smooth cycle once we understand it. All right, we'll finish this up, go to the Dome of Peace, and then we'll go to Alex's presentation.
Now you understand what is about to come and how games played. In a meeting with the hierarchy, families of a leadership, I was invited for dinner. I usually don't take my phones with me that day because it was a very deep discussion. There was a need for some information to be shown and to be seen. I carried my wallet of telephones. And we were asked to don't take anything up. We went upstairs. The leading family and close allies to the president were on the table. These are the people we know. We worked with for some years. When I came down, took my bag was hot. I said to the officials the next day, if you wanted information on my phones, you didn't need to download it. Because you downloaded it fast, it heated up. Americans use a freezing condition. They use different method. And they got insulted. That I told them you're stolen, you've gone through my phones with the data. And contact was cut because I accused of stealing. Interesting enough.
So perhaps this is part of the reason why we never saw the conclusion or the continuation of our collaboration with the Chinese structure. That's probably one of the reasons why, but there were probably some other reasons, but this is the reason why that everything stopped. He's explaining it here.
Sometimes later, I went to the phone because I had so many pictures with this family. Dinners and lunches and social meeting. I could not find any pictures of them on my phone. But these people didn't know that the phone gets regularly backed up, downloaded into other servers, other hard disks. I couldn't find it. I thought, where the heck are these? Am I dreaming? It's always been on the phone. I went to archives, reserves, and they're all there. During the time I was there, upstairs eating, They deleted anything to be connected to them. Again, Chinese. The world leaders who understand the power of this technology try to block it, but that time is gone. The religious leaders, not your families, will be the next step for you knowledge seekers who understood the process. You have to be resolute, you have to understand the knowledge, and be kind, as I said last time, to those who find out they made a mistake. Don't make it the point of arrogance. Elevate their soul that they understand faster, that they can catch up with you, that you learn from them the new technology. We go for a break, we come back and try to answer your questions.
Okay, anyone want to make any comments about that? So increase your resoluteness. You know what's coming, and you know there'll be some obstacles. Understand the knowledge, but always stay humble. As I understand it, we don't have to rub it in. We know, even Mr. Keshe says, you know, we see the knowledge being taught wrong. We don't interfere because we know in the future the person will understand more. We're all going to understand more. But he says we don't interfere. We just let it go on. So I think it'll be the same way if we run into any of these situations. I guess it depends. But again, talking about criminal activity and the rest of this will be, but I'm sure it'll be short-lived, that it'll be a last-ditch effort in a way to save their robes, if you want to call it that, and their scientific honors. But this is all going to start to change. Okay, let's go to our Dome of Peace if we can. And this is a process that gets carried on a regular basis, on a daily basis, actually. And if I can show you, the Brazilian team has a beautiful structure, in a way, set up for you to interact every day. And even in a chat, I understand, are the Brazilians doing a chat on Saturday or something, a video chat? I think they are. So they have a beautiful structure set up about spraying the Gans waters on Sunday, doing daily intentions, meeting together on Wednesdays for the soul. And they've been carrying this out without fail, as the Chinese have been doing it for probably more than a decade, the knowledge seekers that are following the Keshe Foundation. So this is just another way. One is for your physicality, and the other is in a way for your understanding of your soul or your energy dimension. So feel free. You can see all these designations here. The Keshe Foundation, of course, Keshe Foundation, Keshe Brazil. If you know any Brazilian speakers, or you know they might be bilingual, you can introduce them to this Keshe_Brazil, KesheBrazil.com. So they have many websites and many resources that are available, not only for Portuguese speaking, but also for English, as the website is set up to convert everything there. And it's getting quite a lot of data on the website. It's always been a lot, but it seems to be streamlined and a lot more. So feel free to take advantage and join them on a regular basis. Thank you, Team Brazil. Okay. Let's just go back to this, and now we'll share this again if we can. Okay, so this is the first step in creating the Dome of Peace, which is releasing plasma waters. Again, you're releasing energies.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so they're talking about releasing GAN's waters. And again, you can go out in the community, in your neighborhood, and spray the GAN's waters. You can even put it down your sink and release it in that manner into the environment. As we know, the GANS has an intellect and an emotion and an intelligence. It knows where to go and what to do to create a balanced condition. So feel free. And again, you can release it more than once a week. There's many people who do. So this is something for our physicality to do. And this is the way you elevate the soul of this planet and change the conditions in the matter state. Now we go to using the collective power of the soul. Thank you, Stefania. And let's just make sure we have this shared. And here we go.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MD Keshe. Thank you. If anybody.
Okay, thank you, Shweta and Stefania. I think we all know what we're going to do next. And so let's just take 2.5 minutes of our lives today. And of course, you can expand that as your neutron, which is your soul, can also expand. You can expand that to multiple times a day or whenever you think of it. I didn't pull up the actual background for that, where we elevate the world leaders and religious leaders and other influential people, and maybe some of those who aren't so influential. Again, you can, this is a process of elevation and learning about your energy dimension. So I think you can add in there anyone you'd like to elevate. As we understand, we can touch any soul. We have that mother connection through the creator. So let's just take 2.5 minutes and we'll just go into this soul energy. We'll switch over to there for just 2.5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, and that's how easy it is working with the plasma, and you can see the effects. Of course, Mr. Keshe is wishing for 30 years that this process comes into the fruition in a way, comes into the market. We thought we had it with the Chinese because that's what he said. This has been my wish for 30 or 40 years to have a partner like that, but apparently it was short-lived. But we continue on with this process. I think we'll still continue on with this process even after 2025 when the technology comes into the market, either in a quick way or a slower way. So we'll see, but thank you all. And just to share with you the invitation from the Universal Council that you have a formal invitation by the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. CET time or CEST for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and soul of the totality of Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. Well, we're in this transition period, and this is part of the work. The work will continue until we get into that permanent peaceful condition. So you're all invited. This is actual meeting on the energy level. It's only the time that's sort of important in a way, the 9 p.m. Central European time, and you have to calculate what time. So people all around the world on the soul level are gathering. And if it's your wish to see peace, Path of Peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, will create a position of change, no other thing. And that's how we're bringing the peace through our energies. But we need to reach a collective, a stronger collective. But it's beautiful. One of the main things I've always taken from this is that nobody fails this test. No matter if you've never been a knowledge seeker, you are a knowledge seeker, you've been a knowledge seeker for a decade or two, nobody fails this test because we all have very unique fields in the combination, and whatever of those fields you may hold the perfect combination needed for a world leader or religious leader. And again, we're not looking for the results. We know that the souls will pick it up when the time is right. But it's our process, again, to understand more about this giving and receiving. And of course, in giving, you don't become poor. You actually get nourished. But we'll save that explanation for later, perhaps. Alex, sorry to hold you at bay for a while. I want to make this meeting a bit shorter if we can, but please feel free to take as much time as you like. And we're, of course, pleased to have you here. I see my Amazon order has just been delivered. So coincidentally, the ink will not freeze for my copier. I'm going to go out and retrieve it. So thank you very much, Alex, for continuing these teachings and sharing the understanding of your understanding in addition to the Keshe Foundation understanding of more about this technology.
Thank you very much, Mark. Go get that ink before it freezes. And we're going to move in to take care of some important business while you're doing that. So we'll see in a few.
We see your screen clearly.
And the question is, can we hear it? Oh, you know what? It happened again. Isn't that something?
No, it isn't. I think we have to expect it sometimes. Or beyond. That's why I had that other Knowledge Seekers workshop pulled out, because these videos sometimes don't seem to play. I know Rick has the same issue with some videos. They're in his tray. He goes to pull them up. They won't play, or they disappear out of the tray. You may have to close it out and restart it again. I found that works. You close it and then just go back to where you were keeping it. I can also play the disclaimer, I believe, if we need to. If mine starts.
Well, you know, we shouldn't have tested it.
Yes, we should have. This is what you always sort of go through a drill if you need be.
Okay. It could. I guess you're going to have to do it, Mark.
We'll do it. This has happened to me at the end of the sessions here sometimes. Okay, now, of course, it's not in there, but I know where it is, so I'm going to, it should be right in my bottom tray, but it's, again, put back somewhere else. And so let me just find it again. It won't take less than a minute. Here it is.
I think I'm going
Okay.
to have to put several of them up.
Yeah, I think that's what I had to do as well. So let's just play our disclaimer here again. It's no problem. Make
Okay, so
sure
you've got the screen. Okay.
properly sharing. And as soon as this finishes, just take the screen back. It'll be a nice transition.
Thank you very much.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Alex, I hand it over to you when you're
Thank
ready.
you.
Okay, we can see your screen, and you've just got rid of the ones on the side, and now I think it's just the way you'd like it.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you for leading the charge here. And also, I want to thank all the panelists here who make this such an important meeting. We're representing most of the continents around the planet today. And there's very good reasons for that, because this is happening around the world simultaneously, and everyone around the world needs to know about that. So there is no seasonal adjustment that needs to be made here. So we're trying to bring forward the technology as we know it today. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings of Plasma Science. Our topic is the Intermediate Inertia Series titled Foodies. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It's February the 16th of 2025. This is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So, as I said, we're into the Intermediate Inertia Series, and of course, this is an extension of other intermediate series, but please remember that these are just really basic teachings, and we try and add a little bit more so that we can move ahead, but not so far that we lose the newcomers as they come in, because for whatever reason, they've either not had the opportunity or they have been oblivious to everything that's going on. So last week we talked about four-wheelers, and if you wonder why are we talking about four-wheelers, because there was a paradigm shift, an industrial revolution. We went from cartwheels to pneumatic wheels. We went through horse-drawn carriages to internal combustion engines. And today we're going to be talking about us as foodies, because it is all about us. We were the four-wheelers, and we are the foodies. And we are stuck on this hesitancy highway, which is the lowest energy state. But when I say we're stuck here, we're looking for heaven. But you know what? We are in heaven. It's just that some people like to mess things up. They don't want to clean up after themselves. So here we are at the frontier crossroads now. And of course, we love our chuck wagon tailgate parties. We just had a major event last week with the Super Bowl, very special occasion for a variety of reasons. And not the least of which, of course, was the game itself, which was pretty exciting if you had some money on the game. But here we are, searching for outer space. And as we see with the cover of book number 3, things are kind of splitting up. And, you know, as foodies, we are looking to get in our four-wheelers and travel, but we need these drive-in stops on the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky. And that's where the first problem comes in. We're seeking our little pie in the sky. But what we need to do is we need to enlarge our schemes. We've been scheming to captivate our little pie and forgetting about the rest of the pie, which is ours also. But when we say it's ours to enjoy, it's ours to use, but it's not ours to dominate. So we like our drive-ins. We feel that we are more mobile. And of course, it's become an integral part of our society where we have drive-in restaurants, drive-in coffee shops. We don't have many drive-in theaters left. That was very romantic. We do have drive-in oil change places. And of course, the most important thing, the drive-in bank. But the interesting thing about a drive-in is that when we look at our body, that is a foodie containment. And when we look at a car body, that is a four-wheeler containment. So when we go to a drive-in, we have to take our body, which is a foodie containment, and we have to put it within a four-wheeler car body containment. So we put a containment within a containment. And that's how we get around. But let's all remember, that's not how we got here. We didn't come in a limousine, unless you call Mama a limousine. Maybe that's not a bad description. But when we look at the books of Marin Tabakoli Keshe, what he shows is our limousine was created. We're looking at the universal order of creation of matters as described in book number 1. And it discusses the plasma science and the plasma matter and how it comes together. But in order for it to come together, it has to come from somewhere. And once it comes together, it has to go somewhere. So in book number 2, we see the structure of the light. And then, of course, we talk about book number 3, which is the origin of the universe. And if the coming together of the matter is the creation of the universe, then what is the difference between that and the origin of the universe? And that is probably one of the biggest riddles that we've had to overcome. And many of us wondered if book number 3 should have been book number 1. But I think as we all start to understand that life is working in a broader scheme. And as such, we need to think in terms of a broader scheme. as we see in the 365th One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace, brought to you by Rick Crammond and the members of the Universal Council, who at this point in time seem to be exclusively from the Universal Council of Earth. But, you know, when we talk about the Universal Council, and since the Earth is within the universe, we understand that there are other members of the Universal Council who may or may not be present or have yet to come. And you never know, they might have had to stop at the drive-in for a little bit of food supplementation. On our way here, we have been given rules. And so we see the 10 commandments and the completion with the missing commandments. And so that rounds it out to a nice a round number of 24. 24, 2 dozen, and that makes the case. So as I said, we're looking for the plasma highway. We have to put things in perspective. So where is the plasma highway in relationship to all of this? So, well, first of all, we've examined the transmission highway, which is the lowest energy state, and we see the frequency, pressure, and heat are involved with that. And then there's a capability of going to the transition highway, which is kind of an intermediary step. But, you know, as you come to that intermediary step, you can go left or right, can't you? It's just like coming to a T intersection. You may have come to the end of the road going forward, but you have to make a turn. And which way do you go? Well, one way is to actually go into the transmutation highway. And then from there, well, the universe is your oyster, as they say. So what we're seeing is that the connection to this universal oyster is the carbon inertia highway. And so, as I said, this is part of the intermediate inertia series. And so we see that the inertia is the coming together of two fields. And so the product of those coming together is one field. And that one field in the transmission field is carbon-12 plus carbon-12. And it has to be because when we look at the other fields, they all have a case of 24. So carbon-14 plus carbon-10, one case, carbon-16 plus carbon-8, another case. But what happens is that the ratios change. So in the transmission stage, we have a 1-to-1 ratio. But in the transition stage, the carbon-14 to the carbon-10 is a 1.4-to-1 ratio. So the ratio has increased. And then if we step up again, it has now doubled from where we started. Carbon-16 to carbon-8, it's a 2-to-1 ratio. So the key point here is that we can change the energy state. We can change the ratio. But the aggregate of the inertia fields remains the same in terms of mass. So it's always 24. Now, in this case, we say it's 24, and that's the number we choose. But the number really is irrelevant. What is relevant is that the mass remains the same in all three of these levels, and therefore the rules remain the same. And this is the thing that we want to understand. When we're looking at things, we need to understand, are we just seeing the reflection, or are we suffering from an illusion? You know, and here we are after all these years pioneering America. And of course, we discovered it in 1492, was it? I don't know, I can't remember. I wasn't there. But the people who were there told us that that's what happened. So we have to really understand which way we're looking at things. And therefore, we run into another problem where the perception, it all depends on where you're looking at. So we asked the question last week is how big is large? Because, you know, when things are big, they're really big. But how big exactly are they? And so we find there's a discrepancy in understanding the nuclear forces. So we see the weak nuclear forces are far apart, and the far nuclear forces are strong because they involve planets. They involve big things, really big things. Well, how big? Well, Earth big. That's pretty big. But wait a second. Jupiter's a lot bigger. So Jupiter is also big. So would you say that Earth is big and Jupiter is big, which would give you the false notion that they are both the same size? Well, the thing about the strong nuclear forces, as we see, is that they are near, because we're dealing with the atomic forces. So, but because the atomic forces are so tiny, the nuclear forces that are near are actually weak nuclear forces. So we have an anomaly here where the relativity of whether a nuclear force is strong or weak is determined by whether it's near or far. But how far is it? And is there no interaction between near nuclear forces and far nuclear forces? Well, we have nuclear forces on Earth, and we have nuclear forces on other planets. And the relationship between those atomic forces and the planet are similar in nature to the atomic forces on Earth and the Earth planet. So if the relationships are the same, then the force between the Earth and, let's say, Mars, for instance, is the same as the force from Mars to Earth. And the point of the matter is that the discussion on strong and weak nuclear forces becomes redundant. And for some people, this is quite controversial. But when we are looking at light, and we say, let there be light, then we're seeing the light. And when that light is white, we know that that is every color. And so when we're seeing the blackness, so that is no light, because the blackness is no color. So when we look at what we see and describe what we see, we only make reference to what we see with the light and in color. So the things that we can't see, I guess they don't exist. But if what we can't see doesn't exist, what makes it that what we can see does exist? And it's not the first time that there isn't any accounting for this. So as we have been nickel and diming our understanding of physics. And when I say we, the collective of the human population, there are those who don't care. There are those who don't understand. And there are those who do care. And even in that lot, there are those who don't understand. But I think we all know that when we come home, it would really be nice to have a welcome mat out. And since this is what we're talking about, bringing peace and prosperity to this planet, it is hard to understand the opposition. Somehow the welcome mat is turned upside down. And so we deal in nickels and dimes, and we let the $100 bills fly away. So we are at the junction, what we call the plasma inertia junction. And so what that means is that there's a higher energy state, which is a product of the inertia fields. And it depends on the presence of the lower energy fields, where one low field and another low field, not necessarily the same energy state, but would create a higher energy field. And then, of course, there's the medium junction, where you have a lower field and a higher field, and the combination creates an inertia junction in the medium state. And so 1 and 1 is still more than 2. So then, of course, there's the low junction, where you have a higher field and a medium field, creating an inertia field in the lowest energy state. And it's still 1 and 1 is more than 2. So we have 3 different scenarios, low, medium, and high, and the relationship is the same, which means that the rules are the same. But now we have to look at it in 3 dimensions, because the difference between a circle and a sphere is that added dimension. And so what we see is that the equation should read 1 plus 1, not necessarily the same one, plus another 1, again, not necessarily the same as the first 2 ones, and greater than 3. And we say greater than 3 because we still have the first one, the second one, and the third one. So we now have literally 3 feeding dimensions and 4 feedback dimensions. But the thing is, 1 and 1 is more than 2. That gives us an inertia field. And so the 2 feeding dimensions create the inertia field, and the inertia field, along with the feeding dimensions, create the feedback dimensions. So in fact, because we are none of those 3 dimensions, we are in a 4th dimension. We are the observer dimension. And how we justify this is with our little pi, 3.14 and a bit and a bit and a bit. And well, it's not very precise, so we're just going to fudge that. But the thing is, we can't fudge is the conservation of inertia. Excuse me. Which is part of the Maglev energy transfer states. Just give me one moment, please. So I'm back. And so what we're talking about is a balance of one side of the equation with the other side of the equation. But now we understand there's a low, medium, and high in terms of relativity. And so in this case, we're looking at three physical states: the atomic state, the nanostate, and the GaN state. And so we can literally pick whichever one we want on one side and add to it one on the other side and come together with the inertia field. And it would have to balance out. And so the question then becomes is how can we balance when we have different energy states? It's easy to understand if we're at the same energy state, but once we start to bring in a third dimension, and then once we start to open the opportunity there to consider that, then the results become a little bit more complex. And we don't want to be overly complex. I mean, let's face it, we're pretty simple, just give me something to eat, a case of beer, a nice car, and life is good. But, when we look at our bodies, we find that we are actually very, very complex. And our saving grace is that we, in our physicality, don't have to really look after that except to maintain it. And so what are we maintaining? You see, with the creation of the universe, that was created for us, shall we say, on our behalf. And the universe exists from energy. And so that energy is always positive. So the charge of the energy is the direction of motion. And the energy is always in motion. And where does it go? So one thing we find that it can stay within itself as the creation of matter. But then we find that to get to that stage, it had to come. And then once it comes, then it has to go. And to get there, it has to balance off. And so what we're saying, it can balance off in the physical state, or it can transcend the various energy states and still balance off. And how do we know that? Well, because we were born. And we were born using these very rules. So our universe was created from energy. Our planet was created from energy. And we were created from energy. But there's a sequence, you see, is that the earth was created before us, because we can't get here unless here is here already. And so how did we get here? And so we find that energy fields have to come together in what we call an inertia zone. But the way we see it, because in the plasma science, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. Whereas in the physical science, the higher strength eats the weaker strength. And so this becomes a point of conflict. But this point of conflict in many ways is also a binding zone. And so one way to look at a point of conflict is when you have common enemies. And we seem to tend to look for our common enemies, like we look for our problems. But it's an acquired way of looking at things, because the higher strength eats the weaker strength. But if we see that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, then those that we feed, we know are our friends. And so that binding zone is not looking for conflict. It's looking for a resolution. And of course, it's looking for the welfare. And we all need this welfare, because that welfare comes from energy binding. And our welfare is our welfare, and it's self-serving. And we get that We got that when we got here. We had it when we arrived. We have it today. But for some reason, we are stealing it from others. In other words, our self-serving energy binding is done at the expense of others who depend on that energy binding. And they need it for their self-serving purpose. So either it'll be a point of conflict with you, or they will just pass the conflict on to someone else. So the feeding cycle continues. And so that creates a lot of tension. And so this tensity relationship in the plasma science is a balance between the magnetical gravitational fields, which we call a maggrav, but it is not in total balance. It is balanced in terms of an equality, but it is not equal in terms of field strength, because the maggrav is the inertia field that balances out that particular field strength, which we call inertia. But there has to be a reference to some environment. And so here we have the scientific community trying to understand the awake state of the conservation of magnetic fields versus the conservation of energy. And then you look at the spiritual community representing the dream state, where they talk about the nebulous spirit and nebulous soul and how things work without rationalizing how the spirit is the motor of the soul, because we know that as we get into our cars, we are containment going into a containment. So we are literally the motor of the second containment. But what we see is if we extend our scheme of operation, then we could add to the knowledge. And this is how the plasma science adds to the knowledge, because it brings the scientific responsibility and the spiritual responsibility together. And then the question becomes is, what is the rate of change? So the question then becomes is, who's putting out the welcome mat? And who's locking the door? And why would you want to lock a door to peace and prosperity? So we see the problem with humanity's civilization because we all have the same story of the Great Flood. But even though we share that story, even though we share this planet, we are all individual. We have our own race. And so we have a contention between the races. But interestingly enough, it's like saying one family against another family. But within a family, there's also contention. And we see that in wars, in politics, in romance, brother against brother, sister against sister, children against the parents. And you say, what kind of family is that? And then we find that in many ways our society is breeding that. And how can we change that? How can we reverse that? Well, all we have to do is look at what happens when we leave. And we find that, wow, the earth doesn't really miss us much, because we can take the elements of the earth, combine them together in the cups of life, use the knowledge that we have gained with respect to the lowest energy state of physicality, the higher energy state of the monatomic science, and manufacture the higher still state of the Gans science. And then we find that this Gans science is representative of our physicality, the two main components that we have. And we discover that through the creation of a lot of different Ganses. And we find that they're all an inertia state of a combination. And so we have CO2 GANs and calcium carbonate GANs and copper and zinc GANs, water and amino acid GANs, and even gold GANs. But the thing about it is that we have a contention. We have a containment. And we need to be fed. And so we disregard how we've been getting fed by the plasma, and we focus only on what we're getting from others. And so we wonder, are we satisfied or are we hungry? And what needs to be fulfilled? Is it the one-track cup of the emotion? Is it the one-track cup of the physicality? Or is it the one-track inertia cup of the emotional physical combination, which we call the cup of man? And that, in simple terms, is one and one is more than two. But what if we add the cup of soul? Now we have 1 + 1 + 1, not the same one, but when we put it all together, well, we have more than 3, because we still have the other cups. So we have the 3 cups plus an inertia field of the combination. And then we have to work with that field. And so we find that the way our brain is structured, we have a left side and a right side, not the same side. And they work together to create the cup of the universe within our head. And that interacts with the inertia of the mind. So the inertia of the mind is the manifestation of the soul of physicality. And so it too becomes an inertia field. But is it an inertia field of just the left and the right side of the brain? Or is it an inertia field of the soul of the man interacting with the soul of the earth? Because if you're going to go somewhere in physicality, that physicality has to be there. And that physicality is the earth. And it is only once we have that physicality, then we can manifest the physicality of man. And so there we have the inertia field combination of the physicality of the man, the physicality of the earth, and the soul of the physicality. And that all becomes an inertia field feeding back to the inertia of the mind. So when we talk about inertia, it's a generic term. It's just like saying, I have a car. You don't know what color it is. You don't know what model it is. And so when we look at all the earth ganses, we find that it's like a grand central station. All of these ganses are on the earth, which means that the earth itself is a combination of all of these ganses. And when we say all of these ganses, all means all, because all of earth is combined from all of the ganses. You can't have a part of earth not being created from a part that doesn't exist. So everything on earth is a creation of something that exists and includes all the ganses. So that brings us back to our fundamental questions, which we're discussing in this intermediate series. We have identified what we call elemental protons. And so we have assigned a number of protons for each element. And then we have added some numbers of a neutron. We are led to believe initially that for every proton there is a neutron. But if we don't have a neutron, which we have a specific case like that, then we have to question, is the absence of a neutron a neutron? Or, in the absence of a neutron, is it really that a proton is a neutron? And so that becomes the exception. Every element has a neutron, except the one element that doesn't have a neutron, but it has a proton. And then conversely, every element has a proton. So if the question is, can an element exist without a neutron? It seems that indeed it is possible, because hydrogen does not have a neutron. Unless in the absence of a neutron, then the proton is actually a neutron. It's kind of like you have a boss and the boss leaves. Who's the boss now? So we have a new boss in the absence of the big boss. Without the big boss, do you exist? So we look at the periodic table of prejudice, because all of these elements are in specific places and specific locations on the planet, but they are all part of Earth space. And so they comprise all the details that we need to understand our Earth space. And they're all organized very, very nicely in numerical sequence based on protons. And then we find that the ratio of the neutrons to protons changes as the elements become more dense. So how does that sit with the principal matter understanding, where we have the PM ticks, which are magnetical, and they come together and they bring together the antimatter, dark matter, and matter gen, and they convert it into a plasma gen, and then that plasma gen has to interact with the field of the Earth, and then that creates an inertia field where we have this gravitational maggrav, which we call our matter state. And that matter state, well, it can be physical or it can be plasmatic, but it is still matter state. And so if the higher plasma feeds the weaker plasma, then when we're referencing the plasma state of the matter plasma, that would be the higher state. And when we're referencing the physical state of the matter plasma, that would be the lower energy state. And the problem for us is we can't see the plasma state. We can't touch it. We can't see it. So we don't acknowledge that it is feeding us. So we become feedback dominant because we think the physical state is feeding us. So that's a discussion, you see, because when we look at the neutron mass and we find that the neutron mass changes with the density as we progress through the periodic table of prejudice, we find that the neutron to proton ratio is variable. It isn't just a fudge where we have, you know, a little bit left over and we just kind of sweep that under the carpet. It literally is a variable ratio. And so the neutron mass itself is variable. And the question then becomes is, when would a neutron be a proton? Well, we could equally ask is, when would a proton be a neutron? We'll have to discuss that another time, because in the beginning, we know that the neutron came before the atom and the PM tick, because the neutron itself, as we saw in the creation of the universe, split up into an electron-proton combination, which we call an atom, and then it created a PM tick. And so when we say, let there be light, then we understand that the light came from the darkness. And we achieved a confirmation because we couldn't see the hydrogen, but we could see a color, which was translated into an emission spectrum in color, and it was unique. And this represented the coming together of the magnetical forces of the sun, the earth, and the universe. And it came together and created a gravitational confirmation. And so the emission spectrum becomes a kind of a tracking, just like you have a delivery company giving a tracking number. So we can see the progress of this hydrogen because it's a unique fingerprint, and wherever we see it, we know that it's there, whether it's on Earth or anywhere else. And the same holds true for oxygen. The thing about oxygen, of course, it has a different fingerprint, but it all follows the same principles, and let there be light, and that becomes a gravitational confirmation. Now, when we look at hydrocarbons, and what are we talking about? Hydrogen and carbon. And we need to understand aliphatic hydrocarbons. And so these are compounds that are organic and are not aromatic. They are typically simply referred to as non-aromatic. And this includes simple carbon chains, alcohols, ketones, aldehydes, carboxylic acids, halides, alkalines, alkenes, alkynes, amines, and many others. And you can see by the diagrams here how the carbons bond together. In a single bond, a double bond, and in either case, it's just a simple bond. Now, on the other hand, an aromatic hydrocarbon is an organic molecules that do not contain any carbon-carbon double or triple bonds. Excuse me, those are aliphatic compounds. The aromatic compounds, they can be linear, branched, or cyclic. And they contain alternating single and double bonds. So it's interesting that this gives a different characteristic. Even though they're bonding according to the same principles, now we've introduced something different, something that is aromatic and something that is not aromatic. So when we look at cell membranes, and all cells have membranes, these, as we know, are made of fatty acids. And fatty acids are chains of carbon aliphatic molecules. And these aliphatic molecules are highly elastic and even fluidic, which means that they can change in appearance. Isn't that true? You have cells in your leg, you have cells in your arm. We just take those two examples and we can compare the differences. Which means all the cells come together from amino acid. Carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen in a star formation. And this becomes our food. And since our food is coming from protein, the creation of protein also produces water. And so the water is produced from oxygen and hydrogen, and these are two of the components in the 4 amino acid groups. And so we see the relationship. And water and food are two of life's essentials. And so these become part of our amino foods. And of course, it's part of our structure. So it means we are amino foodies because we eat food to nourish ourselves. And so when we look at the cell's boundaries and we say, well, you know, it's kind of round. Well, yeah, but, you know, we know that it's elastic and it's fluidic. And in order to maintain its conformity, it has to have a relationship between the magnetical and gravitational fields. And we know, of course, that the neutron has to be in the core. And so we're assuming that it is a neutron. And why not? Most of the elements in the periodic tables have a neutron in the core. So when we see the plasma chain, which has a field around it, what's at the core is a gravitational neutron. Same rules, different energy state. We apply that plasma chain to the cellular action, same rules. Gravitational neutron at the core. But the magnetical gravitational balance has to be balanced by the external tensicity that holds the containment and the internal pressure that creates the three-dimensional cell formation. And then, of course, to maintain that stability, there has to be a tracking in the plasma chain that goes from the gravitational neutron and interacts with the out-tensity interaction in order to maintain its continuity. And so we understand that. We understand that science because we take our four-wheelers and we circle the wagons, right? We create a field of refuge, a field of chuck wagons. So we become four-wheeler foodies now. And we have a gravitational neutron inside the wheel and an out-tensity interaction with everything that's outside of the circle of wagons, right? So now if we look at our susceptibility and take into account the plasma science, not only do we circle the wagons with respect to our physical state, which involves the atomic, nano, and GaN state, but it involves the plasmatic state. And the plasmatic state also has a representation counterbalancing the atomic, nano, and GaN state. But there's a difference. And that difference is that it's not visible. And that is where the problem sits. Because as test dummies would kind of sit there and would say, well, you're not part of any of these three dimensions, so you get to choose three. And so the obvious three, well, that would be the three dimensions of physicality. And if that's what you choose, and it's not wrong to choose that, but if you choose that each and every time, well, you're just missing the show. So we like to consider ourselves to be fussy foodies. We like to make a choice. So, well, we'll give you a menu and choose from a selection on a menu. And don't forget to check out the soup du jour. So we have to feed our bodies. Well, the thing is, there are many different bodies. And this is important to understand because when you say body, you know, a lot of things can cross your mind. Are we talking about governing bodies or bodies of water? But, you know, there could be bodies of air, like a bag, or bodies of thought, like of a particular music. Or there could be dead bodies, or just, you know, dead wood. But the thing is, all of these can be construed as part of an organic environment. But what we're talking about today is my foodie body. And my foodie body depends on the earth to feed it. Now, when I look at the cow body, the cow depends on the earth to feed it. But then, of course, there's a chicken body. And you know what? It depends on the same thing. And then there's a fish body. So the fish body doesn't so much depend on the earth, on the land, as much as it does on the water. But of course, the bottom of the water is land. And then we have this plant body, which can live in the water and it can live on the land. And it too depends on the earth space for being fed. So when we're talking about a foodie body, all of these are a foodie body. But what we're looking at is from our point of view, my foodie body. And so the observer dimension is important. We're not going to look at it just from the physical inertia, because that's one dimension and it has a gravitational neutron. But the physical inertia is created from the field inertia of two fields. And then those fields are created from the plasma inertia of three fields. And then our humanity inertia, well, we're none of the first three, so we're in the fourth one. And from that point of view, we can look at other fields and just be observers. And then how do we interact? Well, that could be a very fearful experience. So we have to make a choice. So we could still start and offer a menu, but you know, we're on the hesitancy highway. So maybe what we have to choose is a selection of, well, cowards or chickens or suckers. And we still have to check out the soup du jour because we have to have it daily. So we're constantly living in a state of fear. So our foodie body is coming the same way as the light. And the cow body comes the same way, except now the physical fingerprint is not a color spectrum, but it's a cow. Let there be a cow. And that becomes a gravitational confirmation. And so that's the cow's point of view. But what happens if we say, wait a second, let there be chicken? Now we have a chicken conformation. And it too is a gravitational conformation. So the chicken has to look after its foodie body. Then, of course, let there be fish. So then the fish has to have a body, and it has to be here through gravitational conformation. And then, of course, well, let there be plants. So the plants have to have a gravitational conformation. And now we have a point of conflict here because let there be humanity. We have our gravitational conformation. And from our point of view, our gravitational conformation is more important for our self-serving energy binding needs. So our selection dimension is a coming together of the matter state plasma, creating these matter state inertia fields, creating these matter state physicalities, creating these matter state gravitational stability fields, where we have the gravitationally stable cow, chicken, fish, and plant. And then we eat that stability to satisfy our selection dimension. So we're just, fudging foodies. We say you are what you eat. So we like to go to the foodie buffet. Are we just a buffet of foodies? Or sometimes we're dining on cows, chicken, fish, and plants. Or we look at cannibalism, which is dining on humanity. Why not? If you're dining on Earth space, problem with the Earth space foodie buffet, it only gives us 20% of the energy. But if we're dining on the outer space plasma buffet, we're getting 80% of our energy. Which would be true for the cows, the chickens, the fish, the plants, and the rest of humanity. So we're all taking energy from the lowest energy source, aren't we? And we're robbing it from others. And this becomes the dilemma for the farmer, taking great care to raise the cows, only to slaughter them. So we see that there's an energy sequencing as we go through, from the plasma science to the physical science. And, we go through various stages. And we start with the lowest energy state, which is magnetic, and then electric, and then electromagnetic, atomic, nuclear, advancing into the plasma state, and then the soul of the body and the soul of the man. And these are all in sequence, but not necessarily one step at a time. We can jump the steps. The point of the matter is that each step has a magnetical balancing between the fields of attraction, which are part of the feedback of the gravitational intensity, and the repulsion of the magnetical feeding, which is part of the outintensity. And so we see the neutron at the core and the electron on the periphery. However, they're both created the same way. So can you see the difference? We look at the core component of the electron coming together with the antimatter, dark matter, and matter state. And we call it magnetical because it's tiny. When we look at the neutron, we look at the core component of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter state, and it too is tiny, but way bigger than the electron. So when we look at the core components, we say, well, the neutron is gravitational, the electron is magnetical, and they're both created the same way. And you say, well, they're both tiny, but, you know, one's really tiny and the other one is not so tiny or really big. And then you say, well, how big is it? Well, I don't know. It's really big, or it's really small, or, it's average. So we see that it's a two-way street. And so we say that, the combination of the attraction repulsion forces plus a magnetical outtensity is part of the natural creation. Whereas the repulsion attraction forces plus the gravitational forces becomes part of the intensity, and we unfortunately call it natural decay. So the forces coming together as a maggrav plus the magnetical are represented by our emission forces. And the forces represented as the maggrav plus the gravitational forces, we call the absorption forces. And they go both ways. And then we see that as four-wheelers of creation, we have to have a balanced field in the creation, which has the relationship between the natural creation and natural decay. But likewise, we have the relationship on the decay side of a balance between the natural creation and the natural decay. So we understand then that you can create destruction if you so choose. And that's why we're the four-wheelers of creation, is because we have our creation within another creation. And so our creation is an inner space containment, isn't it? And so our inner space becomes an inertia of the neutron, right? Because it's a balance, maggrav, between the natural creation forces of outtensity and the natural decay forces of the intensity. And in order to maintain that inertia field, there has to be a continuous emission and a continuous absorption. Because energy is always in motion. So the Earth space operates the same way. It has its own transmutation state where it brings together all the three dimensions and then either manifests into a plasma field or a physical field. And if we want to keep our feet firmly on the ground, then we have to have a physical field. But if we want to travel in outer space, then we can opt for the transmutation state, which still has the three dimensions, but it has the gravitational containment within the core. Is that core a neutron or a proton? And then what about that in-between state, that black hole transmutation state, where we see the light where the light is, but where the light isn't is black, it's dark. So what's on the other side? Can we see that? And why not? So transmutation state involves the relationship between two fields, which creates an inertia field. And we didn't say which state that inertia field is in. But what we are saying that there is a substitution capable. In other words, where we can transfer the gravitational dominance, such as the cow has its gravitational state and stability. And unfortunately, when we butcher it, we transfer that to our gravitational stability. So at that point of substitution, the intensity of the cow equals 0, and so does the out tensity. But the gravitational conformation remains, because the gravitational conformation of the cow or the chicken dissolves, and our gravitational conformation remains, and in fact absorbs the gravitational conformation from the others. And that substitution point is within this black hole field. And so, since we can't see past that, then that's why we're still foodies. So how do we go one step beyond? And that's the question, because we see that we can go one step at a time. We can go through the atomic, the monatomic, polyatomic, and the plasma state field, and then go one step beyond. And if we can go one step higher, what happens if we go one step lower? You know, what happens when you get to the center of the Earth? What happens then? Since all forces are converging at that center, could be a big traffic jam. But, you know, fortunately, when we look at the Earth space, it too is like a foodie, isn't it? Because the elements are the Earth space food. And so, as we found in Sanya last year, that we could create gold. Not just gold GANs, but the gold itself. And we can create it wherever we want to create it, provided we create the same kind of restaurant for Earth space. So we can go beyond. So the roadmap to the plasma highway really shows this relationship of this 80-20 business, where we see the intensity feeding coming from the carbon-14 to the carbon-13 to the carbon-12. And then there's the out-tensity feedback, but we see that it follows a different path. And that difference between the intensity and the out-tensity is the difference between the 80% and 20%. So in order for us to get all the energy that we need to maintain our gravitational stability, we have to have it all. All includes all. And so whatever we're short, well, we're either going to stuff our bellies or we're going to go hungry. And so the planet is having the same problem. The plasma fields have the same problem. And what's interesting is that the speed of rotation will affect the transmutation transition. And so this becomes another important factor to take into account. And we don't see the speed of rotation of the Earth space, but the Earth space does. So the Earth space rotates, but we walk on the Earth space. But we rotate with it. And so that field of rotation creates the blue planet. And so in order to have a planet, we have to have the intensity and out-tensity balancing, gives us stability. And in order for us to maintain that stability, we should be at peace with the planet. Peace is a prerequisite. There are many field strengths on the dove of peace. And we have only begun, as we said, these are basic classes on the Keshe space plasma work. And we need to accumulate more research teams to do further research and bring peace and prosperity to this planet. And one of the ways that we've got to learn is through the transmutation process. And so we're all on a testing process, a training session, transmutation flight sessions, which are now going on February, March, and April, teaching us that the whole universe understands how to travel in outer space. But we have added knowledge to give. Because you see, with the transmutation, it's the law of conservation that governs the covalent, that's 2, the trivalent, that's 3, the tetravalent bonding attributes. And so the containment of inertia is manifest through the contention of equality. And the soul of man cannot be abandoned and cannot be compromised. And so the color of man is based on the integration with the soul of the men. And this is the integrity of man. That is the true color. So when we're talking about the unity, it's a non-linear inertia unity, determined by path link and susceptibility, where we have the emission of our intention, of our attention, the emission of our attention, and the emission of our retention, right? Because this interacts to create our emission of the intention. We do the best with what we know. But if we know better, it is our duty to change. And so this creates a balance of contention. This is the contention of equality. So our conduct should reflect that. And we should put the welcome mat out. One of the best ways is with our antenna, our internal antenna, which gives us the feeding and the feedback connection, where we get the feeding message and the feedback manifestation of the success of that message. And we can tune that transmission so we can affect that transition, where we select one force, which is magnetical, and balance it by the force selection of another gravitational force. And you say, well, wait a second, the selection is forced? Well, the balance is forced. And the thing is, the selection is forced because of the balance, right? So the resulting selections feed the Magrav manifestation. So the selection manifestation is predetermined. By choosing, you can choose the peace dome of intention. And so the emission of intention affects the standard folding deviation and leaves no room for war. The transmutation manifests in balance with the peace dome. It has to balance. And it brings you the greater oneness to transcend the limitations of nuclear science and our understanding. With only looking at the physical aspect, we're missing most of the show. And for 577 weeks in a row, we have been producing the Knowledge Seekers workshops to teach the world what all of us knew when we were born and somehow forgot. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. So we're welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science, which you get to choose by signing the World Peace Treaty and signing it earnestly with your pen, with your soul, and with true feeling. And when we say the true feeling, don't fool yourself, because we're just four-wheelers in a three-dimensional feeding inertia. We have to understand there are no straight lines to connect the dots of the fields of inertia. And can man go into outer space without a peace dome? Not really. And is the inertia of the present governed by the dimensions of history? If that's how we choose. How do we impart the transition of energy states of inertia? We're just hungry travelers on the roads of inertia to the physical transmission dimensions. And that's why the plasma science is being delivered daily via the Peace Dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And that's the end of the lesson. I hope you enjoyed this meal.
Thank you, Alex. I've been trying to understand how these chaps work, the electron, neutron, and proton. Never mind starting to manipulate them. I think I'll leave that to Mr. Keshe at the moment. We know the products are available, but thank you for a beautiful sharing. And there's so much more to go in this whole process. Let's see if any of the participants, if you've raised any questions with them. We know it's late for some of our European friends, but anyone have any thoughts or comments or questions they'd like to make? I'll just take the screen for a moment, Alex. Let me just do that. And this isn't exactly what I was looking for, but it's something similar here. Here they're talking about the carbon-14, and you have two neutrons at the same time, busy releasing. And in that, when you have the double neutron base like this, I guess he was drawing it, it means that the matter state of it is within itself. It isolates itself. It has a huge amount of energy to release, and that gives a very high dynamic center to its carbon structure, and so on and so on and so on. But I think just getting familiar with these three entities in a way, but manipulating them is, again, a much deeper level. Even though, what did you think when Mr. Keshe said that neutron is actually your soul, or your soul is that neutron? Is this what he's been leading us to in the plasma dimension?
You can see the resistance that we're getting from the scientific community and the resistance we're getting from the spiritual scientific community.
Do you want to take the screen back, please? I just wanted to show this about the double neutron.
You don't want to let people read this? There's a lot to read here. Do you mind? Can we leave it on for a bit?
Sure, let's leave it on, whatever.
Alex.
Hello.
A little question. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, clearly now, Gail. This is the way it should be with you.
Yeah, well, it's getting late at night, that's why. Nobody wants to use it. I had a question. You can still hear me? I'm afraid it
Yes,
will...
no, it's great.
Okay.
It's the best it's been. Just like you're sitting right next to us.
Great. I just wanted to ask Alex, in the books, I think that I read things about the neutron. Okay, well, everything starts from the principal light, and then we end up with the kind of like the magravs, the principle, the transition, and the matter state, all three together. And then that's your neutron. And then it breaks with F1 in the middle. I forgot about that. It's a black hole. Okay, and then when it decays, it gathers up a bit too much and its magnetosphere can no longer hang on. And then you get PM ticks, a proton, which is about 2,000 times bigger than the electron. I mean, I don't know, but I'm just giving the idea that it's much bigger than the electron. And the electron is orbiting and what do you call this? Making all kinds of movements around the proton. So it's very, very active. And then it becomes it actually is a neutron. That's what I've been reading. Now I'm just checking because you mentioned the proton as being the neutron, having the same hydrogen, so-called hydrogen atom inside. So now I know that eventually we're supposed to be quiet about names, but at the moment I need them badly so I can get a picture in my head of all the field movement that's going on. So what has happened to me is I have been reading about the electron being the neutron, the future neutron. Is that?
And that's what I was looking for, Gail. I don't think it was in this one. It may be in this one where he says that the electron behaves like
a neutron
in a certain instance, I guess.
Yeah.
So there's quite a bit to grasp and comprehend and so much more.
Well, we're all stuck on the names. I think that's part of the problem. And then the other thing is the helium has the neutron, right? I mean, that's what we've been told. So, unlike the hydrogen, which is supposedly just the proton and the electron.
Could you consolidate your question? Maybe Alex can answer it unless he's
I know
already
he's
has
too
where he's
quiet.
going.
No, let me just try, Gail, and see if I'm on the right course here.
Okay.
If I could draw a comparison, we as humanity are part of the Earth space field.
Okay.
And are we electrons, protons, or neutrons in relationship to that field? What do you think?
Could we say all three?
We're saying, in a way, I'm just looking at the Earth. It's kind of separate from me. It's my outside of my magnetosphere or my aura. There is the environment of the Earth.
Right.
Okay. Go on, just a little more.
Well, so we are within the environment of the Earth.
Yes.
So for our existence in physicality, that is our nemesis, if you will.
Yeah. I like to think of it otherwise, but yes, I get you.
Well, it's contributing to the equilibrium of our balance because we have a position and that position is somewhere within the Earth's field.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're kind of held.
Yeah, and we have an extra capability where we can move within that field.
Mm-hmm.
So
we're an electron.
Thank you very much. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, because we're sort of whirling around all around the Earth, which is our proton. In a way.
Very good. That is very good. So when we look at an atomic structure, can you have an atomic structure without the electron and proton?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to learn not to use names, but you're saying, can we have, repeat that again?
Can we have a structure, an atomic structure without electron and proton?
Well, I would like to say no, because that's the basis, the absolute basis of everything that's in us.
Now, I'm not talking about us, I'm talking about atomic structure. Can you have an atomic structure without an electron and a proton?
Not really.
You're waffling. Sounds like
I can't
breakfast.
imagine it.
I'm waffling too, Gail.
No, what's the trick, Alex? There's a
but,
trick.
But there's a the structure of a plasma, isn't it the same as the structure of an atom?
Well, a plasma.
So good. You're so good.
But don't you have a whole lot? Well, I guess that's not true. There's a whole lot of questions that are going to come out if I keep going, but well, to me, you have to have them because then there's no movement, no energy without the two. How can they be as separate?
So if you look at the periodic table of elements, all of the elements are basically elemental, which means the most basic atomic structure.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any single element on the periodic table of elements that doesn't have an electron or a neutron?
Well, I mean, to me, hydrogen has your proton and electron, and the electron to me is a neutron potential. So I say they all have to have it.
Or
Depending on
they wouldn't exist.
Exactly. There'd be no movement, no nothing, nobody to work with. But then again, you have to be careful because if somebody's starting to learn and they hear that an array as it goes at the front end loses its energy, then it kind of circles around with its weakness and comes to the strength, or it's pulled to its beginning because it's stronger at the beginning and then it starts to interact with itself. So there's so many different things that, it's very tricky. I think we need to put a list, get a mini table and try and list these things because it's really, you can get all lost in it.
Yeah, what we're looking for is the common denominator, Gail.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
And
to me,
common denominator is the magnetical gravitational balance of the fields.
Exactly. Although in the book he just says the very basic is the magnetical fields energy. And then you have the neutron is your basic, how did he put that? I'll have to go back and look again. Yeah, all these words, but I've got these whirling pictures in my head, so I like that better than the words.
Well, the fact of the job of the neutron is to give you stability.
Yeah.
Right, I was going to say something about that. At one point, when Mr. Keshe was explaining the electron, he said at that particular point, and I don't know what he was explaining it, what element or how, he was saying that the electron, as it moves around, it collects the energy that the proton is releasing, and it feeds it back to the proton so the proton can maintain its strength and its position. So that's just another function of an electron in a certain way, or a certain whatever was being referred to at that point in time. And that probably happens quite often in some of these things. It collects the energy from the proton, feeds it back to maintain the proton's position and strength.
So now you, as a driver of the car, you are the neutron, and you step on the gas to feed the gas to the motor in the car, so the car can go faster.
Is that why we have the F1 for those extra fields in the center of our monograph?
Well, you can turn on the radio. I don't know that that would make your car go faster, though.
Yes, but I mean, that's like it is the black hole.
You can turn on the lights inside the car. I don't think that's going to make your car go faster.
No, it's not. I mean, it's what gathers what it needs to it.
She's talking
Well, it
about
needs
the
gas.
vortex in the center of the plasma. We call it the
Yeah.
F1, or the book refers to it as F1.
F1, yeah.
Yeah, it's a rotating field.
But it's
It's
he
a
also
black
said
hole. Yeah,
black-
every plasma
Well-
and every atom has its own black hole.
or principal
Well,
matter.
the gas that's in the tank, you would agree it's liquid?
Yeah. Well, partially, yes.
And the gas that is injected into the cylinder, would you agree that it is, shall we say, injected into like a vapor?
I think the heat brings that.
No, the spark plug is what's bringing the heat.
I mean, you have to have something to make it become a gas.
Right. So that gas coming out of the exhaust, would you say it's in a gaseous state or a liquid state?
Yeah, in a gaseous state.
Okay, so there's a conversion. This is my point. There's a conversion from a liquid in the tank to a vapor inside the cylinder to a gas in the exhaust pipe.
Mm-hmm.
Those are three different energy states.
Right.
And in order to transition each energy state, there has to be an input.
Yeah.
And the output is exchanged as the energy that turns the motor, which turns the wheels, which allows us to drive the car.
The force. Yeah. Yeah.
But if we sit inside the car, that's what we have to do. But when we get outside of the car, we have to walk. So we eat the food, right? It's solid. We drink the water, that's liquid. And well, sometimes we pass gas. And but you know, overall, we create some energy. So we are doing the same process, but in a different environment. One, we're doing an environment in the matter state of a car, and in the other, we're doing it in the environment in the matter state of our body. So what I'm trying to say today is we have a method of converting energy in our body, which is a containment, and then we take that containment and we put it in another containment, and we do a conversion of energy for that containment. And that's how we have grown accustomed to operating within the Earth's environment, which is already moving. It's moving at massive speed around the sun. So we are doing the same thing in 3 different containments. Now, the cows are doing the same thing, as are the chickens. And the fish, they have this extra capability. They don't just, they do it in the water as well. And then the plants, well, some do it on the land and some do it in the water. And then some do it by floating on the water. So there's half above the water and half below the water. And, it's everybody's got their, point of containment, but the energy exchange is still going through various states of energy. So it's just the plants who are different in that they don't have a mouth. We have a mouth, cows, chickens, fish all have a mouth, but plants don't have a mouth. So they consume in a different manner. But the thing is, they are converting energy, and that's the point. And they are converting energy for their gravitational stability in an environment that is also requiring energy for its gravitational stability. However, all of us are getting 80% of our gravitational stability from the energy of the universe, which means that all of us are getting the remaining 20% from our environment. Can we elevate to the point where we don't need that 20% conversion of a lower energy state and do 100% from the universal energy? That's the question.
So, Alex, that means in my eyes, that would mean that we have to bring, instead of the carrot or the tomato or the mango, so we will bring energy that is similar into to us, and that will make sure that that's like the seed. So we have to learn how to bring the seed, and then our body will take what it needs.
Right.
Okay. So we have to learn how to. Sometimes I can bring water to me, but not very often. I don't know what's wrong.
That's what the systems in the store are for, to train you to be able to do this.
Well, I've done that already. We took part in those workshops to test water and food, and I did very well. And I was doing quite well every now and then, bringing the water. So it's like a baby. I'm crawling and I'm learning, but I'm doing it.
We
Yeah,
all
we're
are.
all.
But did you know at the farm show, they have these sled races, and the weight slides forward as you drive and puts more and more pressure towards the front, which actually acts as a braking mechanism. So the races are, there to measure how much power is in the tractor and how much skill is in the driver to utilize the power at the appropriate point. And they measure the success by how far the tractor can pull. So hopefully you understand the tractor pulling races that they have at the fairs.
Probably not. You'd have to see the mechanism that they put on, and as the weight moves forward, it gets heavier and the tractor stalls out. You'd have to see a little video of that, but I think maybe they can get the image of it.
I grew up in the rural area, kind of, at least with my grandmothers and so on.
Well, you can YouTube, or Google it, and you
tractor pull.
We didn't have we had a little tractor. Well, it was a big old one. And, I didn't, my father never ran any of those races. I was in a skidoo and almost drowned off of Wolf Island. So, yeah, I was good at skidooing, but I never saw what you're speaking about, that balancing and pushing
Well,
thing.
it's just an entertainment, right? But the point I'm trying to say is that the braking mechanism on the tractor is
Mhm.
created artificially, like artificial intelligence. It makes you slow down the farther you go. And this is the problem with the plasma science. There's a lot of people who are excited about it and they, get on the bandwagon, so to speak. But when it upsets their tiny little perfect world, they pull back the welcome carpet and they say, I don't understand this, so I don't want to change. And that point right there is a stopper.
It's a fear.
Well, yeah, the fear. And you know, this is a confounding thing. Why wouldn't the prospect of peace and prosperity be so readily welcome? And why is the hostility for the towards the advanced knowledge so great? And then when we look at the emotion that is attached to it, that emotion is coming from an inspiration. And so if I say to you, well, we're going to go to the restaurant because we're hungry. Well, so that's an inspiration. So let's all go to the restaurant. That's a good idea. But if we're not hungry and I say, well, let's go to the restaurant, well, what am I going to do? Just go to the restaurant and watch you eat? That's not very entertaining for me. So there's an opposition. And then there are those who are fearful that they will lose something that they treasure, that they have an emotional attachment to it. And so when you find that attachment, you find that is a stopping mechanism. And so
So
the opposite of attachment is detachment. And the detachment is the opposite of attaching yourself through fearfulness.
okay.
You detach yourself through courage. And so we all have to have the courage and fortitude to see it through. But, they always cast doubt. Well, look at the periodic table of elements. Without gravitational stability, you can't have stability. So if you are having doubt, then that's affecting your stability. So each and every one of us has to do what it takes to reinforce our stability. And it has to be a truthful stability because we are dealing in a plasma science which is respectful of the universal law and transcends the man-made law. So the man-made law says, thou shalt not do this and not do that and not do that. And we say, well, thank you very much for telling me what not to do. Can you tell me what we should do? No, we can't tell you what to do. You just, don't do this, this, and this. And then, you can do whatever. And then you do whatever. And they say, oh no, wait a second. We need a law to stop that. And so we find that we have an artificial containment in our emotions, in our social interactions, in our thinking. And you say, well, wait a second. If we're going to operate that way, then we will never create a planet. The whole planetary system, the solar system, would never have been created if you're going to put those kind of obstructions in its way. So why don't we work with the consistencies and follow the path that it shows us, as opposed to coming up with all sorts of reasons why not to do something. Let's come up with a reason to do something. I had that problem with a drug addict. he gave me every answer under the sun why he should continue with the drug habit. I said, well, do you want to continue? No, I don't. Well, then let's stop it. Well, no, I can't because of this, because of this, because of this. And I said, well, now you're making excuses, aren't you? So you're not really being truthful, because instead of coming up with an excuse how to kick the drug habit, you're coming up with excuses not to kick the drug habit. And of course, now the drug habit is continuing. And he's been like that for 20 years. And it's a wonder that he's alive. And you know what happened? He finally figured out that on this path, he will even lose that. The little that he has, he will lose that. So life is hard enough without putting stoppers and barriers and hurdles. So,
And to me, social engineering is something that we really, really need to get the kids, especially the youngsters, as they're growing up, to know when someone is, pulling the wool over their eyes and making them believe that, something that will actually eventually kill them is good for them, in the name of making money or whatever else. So to me, social engineering is one of the things we really need to focus on. Make everybody aware, hey, that one is really trying to fool you.
but as we
Because
know, with all the bloggers on the internet, right now everybody is quite busy exposing corruption and exposing problems. And frankly, it is contributing to a general malaise,
Really?
depression, because what is absent is the solution,
Okay.
and they don't have a solution. So they only have half the picture. We know what's wrong, but we don't know what's right. So can you say what is wrong and at the same time offer an alternative what is right? And what you have here is a recipe for those who are skeptical about the plasma science. It's easy for them to say what is wrong because it's wrong in their little tiny perfect world. But they have nothing to offer as to what is right or what could be in a constructive manner. So to sit there and puff out your chest and say, well, this hasn't been done and this hasn't been done. Well, thank you very much. I don't need that list. We are already confronted with that list. Can you give me the list of the things that we need to do? Oh, well, I don't know how to do that. And that, when you talk about social engineering, that has become acceptable. I don't know has become acceptable. And what's really confounding is when the scientific community is saying, I don't know. And frankly, that was one of the things that drove me crazy through my educational system, because I would ask questions that maybe were beyond the curriculum. And then, of course, the teacher would say, well, that's beyond this class, and so I don't know. Well, I guess that means everything that you know is within that class. So anything that's outside of that class, I don't know. And that's acceptable. Well, it's not acceptable. And that's the thing. We need to demand more and expand our schemes.
So you agree that we do have a solution. So as long as we make sure they know when they're being hoodwinked, that's the thing I'm worried about for the future. When people are going to give you, the evil, the picture of the new science as being evil, etc., etc. We have to be sure that people are aware of, what is the real, what is right. And because
those same people to do that. When you go to the library and you go to the skeptics section, they write whole books, you know, to downplay something, and at no point in time between the covers do you find something that is solving the issue. And yet they call that a complete book. How can that be a complete book? All you've been doing is complaining, you know? And so I'll tell you a funny story. My dad was coaching the soccer team, and I heard some strange noise, someone yelling from the sidelines, and we never had that at our game. And, you know, I was kind of surprised because I didn't know who it was. And every time I got the ball, you know, the yelling would start, and I didn't know if it was yelling at me or yelling for me or what was going on. And I had to stop and look, and I decided to just look at the sidelines and see what happened. And what it was a father of one of our players. And he was yelling at his son on what to do.
Oh no.
All right, you know,
Did he
and when he
lose?
made a mistake, he would chastise him. And it was driving all of us crazy. So what my dad did at the halftime, he gave him a uniform and he said, get on the field and show us how it's done. So we had a very peaceful second half, because after a couple of minutes running around, his tongue was dragging on the ground and he couldn't catch his breath, let alone say a word.
Oh, I'm glad. I would have enjoyed watching that part.
It was funny. It was really, really funny. Even his son was laughing. He says, oh boy, I finally figured out how to keep him quiet because he's driving me crazy. Too much complaining. And this is it. So for some people, the complaint becomes the reason to live. And we need to be more demanding of them insofar as, well, if you don't have anything to offer, then, you know, we're leaving. But, you know, it is, the onus is not on us to prove anything, because we were all born. That's the proof. The onus on us right now is to impose the practical application of this technology on this planet in our own way. So, because the peace and prosperity, it's a nebulous term. How much peace? How much prosperity? Right? It's not quantified, and it's not something that it can be contained. What we can say is that within the sphere of a plasma field, we can have peace and prosperity. And so each of us should strive for that in our own way. And that field of containment, you know, is our, you know, domicile, whether it's our, you know, our little bachelor apartment or it's our mansion. We are responsible for that. And we should seek on that's what we're doing. We're seeking ways and means of bringing peace and prosperity to that. And then from there, we can expand. And then we have to understand that we can expand that field of reference magnetically, using the same plasma science to expand our sphere of influence. That's the key.
And here we have an issue of water. Best place to start.
Talking about water, they had quite a bit in North Carolina, and they had quite a little in LA. I thought I'd ask if Carolyn or Ike would like to share with us how the recovery is going in their area. If anything has changed, things have speeded up, I've heard, in North Carolina. If there's anything you'd like to share, we want to give you an opportunity. We hope things are proceeding in a good direction for everyone there.
I just want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue with these presentations, and thanks to everybody for your participation. It's vital, and everyone is contributing. And so each of us is our own energy pack contributing to the whole. So thank you all.
Okay, any other questions or comments someone would like to make? Thank you all for being here, and may you be proud of the work you do, the person you are, and the difference you're making. And I think we'll see a big growth in that area. And of course, we have the ethos of Mitra, which is the thinking good, speaking good, and acting good, which creates a beautiful shielding. Put them together, and I think, or one in a way reinforces the other, that you can be proud of the work you do, the person you are, and the change we're helping to bring. So I want to thank you all for that. Mr. Keshe had mentioned in the last workshop that there was a need for Universal Council members. At least if your soul is leading you in that direction, that you could contact info@keshe.foundation. And let's just see where that is. If we can even play it. Okay, I think I have it up here. Let's just see if we can play that, and then I'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. Are there any other thoughts, questions, comments, or issues you'd like to bring up here? Thank you, Alex, Gail, everyone who's been here, interacted, whether it's been verbally or on the soul level. Thank you much. I think we have more operating on the silent line of communication than through their verbal skills, but that's perfectly fine. The souls are interacting, and that's what we're looking for, interactions. Thank you, for sharing the workshop with everyone. Hopefully we can repeat that again. I think you got quite a number of interactions. As I said, that's what we're looking for, creating some plasmas. Okay, Mr. Keshe does give the address in this short clip. It's only a few minutes long. If there's no others, then again, I'll play this. Thank you all for being here, and thank you all for carrying a very small part of a very large carpet. And we'll see more and more as 2025 progresses.
I think which I should have made announcements. As we are structuring and in a new development of the Keshe Foundation, is worldwide application and implication. As we set up the structure for Universal Council, a number of Universal Council members have become old and they reach the age of 60, and they serve during the 60 years they are there till 61. They to run the functionality of the operation of the what we call energy dimension, the Universal Council members, if you want to become, please consider and let your soul decide of any languages around the world, as these will be announced very soon internationally, and we expect the souls to serve. And if it's from the knowledge seekers who understand the technology with dimension of the soul, you can apply for to be added to and become a member of the Universal Council. The Earth Council is appointed by the Keshe Foundation on the grounds of true structure of the nationality, understanding the culture, that there is no prejudice by physical dimension of the borders. And so if you feel your soul is there to serve humanity in expansion and the growth of it, just apply for it at the Keshe Foundation, or send the email to info@keshe.foundation, say I would like to be a member of the Universal Council. We receive this regularly, and now we're going to expand this very rapidly due to what is to come and what is to be done. Thank you very much for today, and we'll meet you next week, which is a very funny day to have teaching on the 13th next week, but it'll bring his own joy. Thank you very much, Rick, and hope we see you next week.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.